Morning, everyone. It's 9:30. I'm going to open the hearing on HB 279, and then I'm going to recess 279 until we get a quorum and we get a chairman. Thank you.
Morning. We're opening the public hearing on House Bill 279. I invite the prime sponsor to introduce their bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning. Good morning, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Representative Maureen Mooney. I represent the town of Merrimack in Hillsborough County, District Number 12. I'm the prime sponsor, and I'm talking today in support of House Bill 279, an act increasing the penalty for on-premises licensees over serving alcohol, what we refer to as the Elizabeth Croke Law. House Bill 279 was introduced on behalf of the Croke family of Merrimack, who are present here today. Tragically, Elizabeth Croke of Merrimack lost her beautiful and full life at the age of 20 to an overserved and intoxicated driver in April 2021. By means of background, House Bill 279 was retained last year by the House Commerce and Consumer Protection Committee. After several meetings spanning a year, the bill was recommended ought to pass as amended with a bipartisan, unanimous vote of 19-0 and placed on the consent calendar. The full House adopted this bill as amended on the consent calendar on a voice vote on January 3rd, 2024. The bill as amended does the following, and I'm going to be as concise as I can in 3 parts. My testimony has been emailed to all of you as of last night. Attached to it are 2 letters of support from the governor and also a link to a WMUR story that appeared last June featuring this bill. The bill does 3 things. Part 1. Currently, the maximum fine for a licensee that overserves is $2,500, $2,500. This bill would increase the maximum fine to $7,500, $7,500, for serving an individual who is visibly intoxicated or who a reasonable and prudent person would know is intoxicated, and such intoxicated person directly causes the serious bodily injury or death of a person or persons. That's part 1 of what my bill does, increase the current maximum fine. Part 2. Currently, the license suspension period is up to 10 days. This bill would increase the suspension period up to 30 days. Up to 30 days. Now, on this point, this is where the House Commerce Committee did a tremendous amount of amending. And so in the amended version that you had that passed the House unanimously and the Commerce Committee unanimously, they did the following. If a licensee's person in charge, managers, security, staff, servers, and clerks have completed the New Hampshire Liquor Commission training within 24 months before the date of the violation, then the first offense cannot exceed 15 days suspension. The second offense within 7 years of the first offense results in a 15-day up to 30-day suspension. And a third offense within 7 years of the second offense results in license revocation. Now, I'm going to go off script a bit and give you my thought on that amendment. And it was also the cause of tremendous discussion in the House Commerce Committee. In this state, training for bartenders, servers, etc., is not mandatory. It is not. The Liquor Commission offers training, and it's open and it's online, and you and I could take it. So the conversation that took place in House Commerce was, well, you know, the debate was, well, do we have mandatory training? Don't we? What do we do? And this and that. So the idea was to incentivize establishments to have their employees take the Liquor Commission training. There wouldn't be just an automatic 30-day suspension and so forth. There's obviously a tier system to that. So the narrative here is that it does not mandate that training, but it incentivizes it. Item 3 of what this bill does. The bill requires public notification stating the reason for the suspension. I believe the Croak family will mention what happened in their instance to the establishment and how it was not publicized, their closing. And in their instance, their establishment closed over the holidays, and it just simply said, "Happy holidays. We wish our employees and our patrons a very Merry Christmas." No mention of why they were closing down. This bill, if an establishment is having their license suspended, would then be required to publish why in this language. Liquor license suspended by the New Hampshire Liquor Commission for overserving of alcohol in accordance with RSA 179:5. A reason for why their doors are shut for whatever amount of time their license is suspended, which is determined by the Liquor Commission. Governor Sununu, as I mentioned earlier, has submitted 2 letters of support for this bill in the House Commerce Committee. I have emailed those letters to each of you last night, and I've provided the clerk with hard copies today. Also, as I mentioned, the bill was featured on WMUR. The Croak family, this bill in particular, and what it does. A link to that news story was also emailed to each of you last night. This is a very sensitive subject. I'm very sorry for those that have suffered because of overserving. And with that, I'm going to close my remarks. And I want to thank you all for your attention today and, of course, your service. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Speaking for myself, I can say that was one of the best presented bills we've seen so far this year. So thank you for the time and effort you put into it. A couple questions for me. Why not mandatory training?
Excellent question. And that is a long time debate. Now, with me today is Representative Cahill, who is a co-sponsor to this bill. He has worked for years on mandatory training. He could probably give you the best historical and institutional knowledge analysis of that because I would consider him the resident expert on why it hasn't happened.
Thank you. Also, the suspension days for overserving, in my opinion, seem a little light. What was the reasoning behind that, if you could? Was there a lot of pushback to making it stiffer? Did anyone think about it, talk about it?
So just to clarify, a number higher than 30?
Yeah, well, higher than 15 for certain, and it seems to take a while before your license is revoked.
Yes, that 15 date just was tied into the whole incentive to train, but I don't recall any specifics as to why the numbers were chosen that they were.
Okay, thank you. Further questions? Yeah. Representative Jandron?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. I noted on the bill that we received in committee here under the fiscal note, that it says existing commission rules provide for a fine of 2,500, 10-day suspension for the first offense, $5,000 fine and suspension for 30 to 60 days for the second offense. But in the bill, as it was amended, I'm looking at line 12, that for a second offense, it would be a 15-day and a maximum of 30-day. It seems to me, based upon the fiscal note and what the bill says, is that we're actually lightening the suspension for the second offense. Would you agree with that?
Thank you. I don't know if I have the same fiscal note as you, just to clarify, but I believe by what you said, you may be right in that interpretation because that's part of the incentive to taking the training. So if you've taken the training, then yes, it would be quote unquote lighter than if you did not have your employees take that training.
Follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you again for allowing the follow-up. It would seem to me that B, this line B, there's no mention of the training. It's only mentioned in A. That's the lighter suspension for the first offense. Has nothing in the second offense even denoting that. So that's why I was wondering why it was providing a lighter suspension and not having any verbiage to do with the training.
I see. That could be a matter of reading, maybe clarified. It could be more, perhaps. I'd be interested in what the Liquor Commission thinks of that very topic, how easy it is for them to interpret it since they're the ones enforcing it based on if they've taken the training or not. So I know the Liquor Commission is represented here today, and hopefully they can pick up on that when they testify.
Thank you. One quick question from me. It seems to me that I understand the incentivizing part, but if someone's had the training and they overserve, it seems they should be punished harsher than someone who hasn't had the training because they should know better. Wouldn't you agree with that?
That is a very interesting interpretation, and I had not thought of that, and that's not come up, but that's interesting. I would have to think about that more because that's the first I've heard that, but thank you.
Thank you. Representative Salik.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I'm hiding behind the microphone from you. I very much support the concept of the bill. My question is, I remember from 100 years ago when I went to bars that frequently friends would go to buy a round for the table, for example, and so the person who was driving may never actually be the person who went up to the bar and be visibly drunk to the people selling and providing the alcohol. And I'm just wondering how that plays into this, right? Because in terms of the process, and maybe you don't have the answer to that, but I think about when the person is just at the table and their friends are providing it from the bar to them.
Representative, before you answer, I would assume that the Liquor Commission is going to testify how their investigations are conducted, because that would come down to an investigation. But if you have an answer, please, by all means.
Thank you very much, and thank you for that question. And that is a very good point, and I'm glad you said that, because that came up pretty frequently in commerce. People were very fascinated by the process and wanted to sort of mesh that into this. But this is solely about penalties, not about process. And I'll say the Liquor Commission, I know they'll talk more about it when they get to this table, but they have a process that seems locked tight. In fact, in the case of the Croak family, which they may mention, they had down to the ounce of what this individual drank. So in an instance like that, because the process seems to be working effectively, I think the Liquor Commission would get to the bottom of it very quick. But this is a bill about penalties with regards to an overserved, intoxicated person who causes a bodily harm or a death.
Seeing no further questions, thank you for your, what? Okay, go ahead, Representative Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And real quickly, can you explain why we haven't increased the fine amount for the subsequent offense?
I'm sorry, why we haven't?
Yeah, it's the same amount as the primary or first offense.
I would say that is a decision made by the Commerce Committee. That wasn't in my original version. Certainly something that could be considered.
Thank you for your explanation.
We're good now.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
The chair calls Representative Michael Cahill.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Michael Cahill. I represent Rockingham 10, the towns of Newfields and Newmarket. And as Representative Mooney said, I've been working on this issue for a very long time. Full disclosure, I drink alcohol. I may have a beer or a glass of wine with dinner, depending on what it is and the weather. I may have 2 drinks if I'm at a wedding and celebratory, but not much beyond that. And we've been working on this issue because what got my attention was a number of years ago, a restaurant in the community not far from where I live was involved in over-serving. It was clear-cut over-serving of 3 young men, one of them underage. They looked at his ski pass, and I guess that was his ID, but of course he was underage. And they served these kids, I'll say kids, they were like, I think maybe 21 or 22, the oldest. They served these kids a couple of drinks like with multiple kinds of alcohol in them. And there was no doubt that there was over-serving. Not long after they left the restaurant, they went off the road and I believe they hit a tree. And the attorney representing the restaurant, disclosed that, yes, there was empty beer cans in the vehicle. And so how do we know who was responsible? I don't know if those beer cans were from another occasion where they're just driving around. And I know that kids drive around with beer cans because I do roadside cleanup in my town, and I see it. I see the beer cans, the little nips that they sell at the liquor store. I see all this and I pick them up. So I know people are driving around drinking, and that's not the fault of the licensees. But the licensees are responsible for what they serve. And nowadays we can see on the tab how much was served, how much and over what period of time. So it's clear to me that over-serving is happening. So I'm glad this bill is happening. I support the bill. I don't think it goes quite far enough. I did try to have a mandate, and the training is about 30 minutes, and I passed it without any study. It's free, which we like in New Hampshire. And yet the industry was resistant because they didn't want a mandate. And they said, well, the people, we're not really responsible because they pregame, because, they'll have a beer or 2 before they go to the restaurant. And I know that people are bar hopping. So you don't know how much, where they've been and what they've had before they come into your restaurant. But you're supposed to take a good look at them and see if they appear to be, drunk, and not serve them additional alcohol. I had an experience, I think at the prior election, where I was out there in front of the polls, and one of the people standing next to me happened to be an attorney specializing in DUI, and he represents his client, and we talked about this issue, and he said that you'll never put an end to this as long as there's a greater incentive to serve. And the owner of the establishment makes money, the server makes money, the state makes money. We're all making money, and unfortunately, sometimes the undertakers make money. So it's a complicated issue. The industry is very resistant, very powerful in the state, and they're not. They don't do all the serving. The people just have a house party, they go drinking, and it's out of hand. And we had this culture of excessive alcohol. I think we in one other state drink like the most alcohol per capita. And I'll give another example. There's a restaurant I'm fond of, and they never had any problems because that's not the kind of place people go to drink. They have a nice meal, they might have a cocktail, then a glass of wine. Great. The place was sold, and I went there with the new owner, and we sat at the bar. The place was packed, and we happened to know the bartender. And the owner comes out, and we compliment him on, the recipes are still good. That's a good marinara sauce, And he says to the bartender, this group in the back, they want shots. And the bartender says, we don't have shot glasses because we don't do that. Well, use these other glasses. So we're going to have people doing shots. And of course, that's peer pressure. Let's do another round. And before you know it, you shouldn't be driving. So I'm concerned about this. I'm glad we're taking some steps toward addressing it. I wish we would do more. And, I also want to say that, you see in the bill that all these penalties, it's up to. So we know that that can be less than the maximum. Again, I wish it was more automatic, but that's going to be a very hard thing to get through the Commerce Committee. And it has to go through both bodies and the industry, as I said, well-meaning people, but they're protecting their interests. And had we done something sooner, other lives may have been saved. I know there was a tragedy in Conway where a person was obviously drunk, drove into the library, not to take out a book, but he crashed and he killed his passenger. And that was before the unfortunate loss of the Croak family and before the fellow driving around the circle in Portsmouth didn't make it all around. He flipped over a few times and a young lady died. So it's a serious problem, and I'm glad we're doing something, but I wish we go further. That concludes my testimony.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no questions, thank you for your testimony. The chair calls David Croak. Sure, I appreciate your picture. Could you perhaps pass it around so that all the members could see it? I have a good view, but I don't know that everyone else does.
Good morning. My name is David Croak. I'm from Merrimack, New Hampshire, and Elizabeth is my daughter. I'd like to introduce my wife, Lynn. We speak in favor of House Bill 279. On April 15th, 2021, my only daughter, Elizabeth, was killed by a drunk driver traveling northbound on the southbound side of the Everett Turnpike. She was the youngest of 4 children with 3 older brothers, James, Matthew, and Nathan. My daughter, Elizabeth, loved life. She was a confident, mature 20-year-old woman with a larger-than-life personality that spread love and joy to everyone around her. Elizabeth was a graduate of Bishop Girton High School, graduating with high honors with many scholastic accomplishments. She was also involved in numerous club activities, as well as played on the BG girls varsity basketball team. At the time of her death, she was a Dean's List student at University of Massachusetts in Amherst, studying kinesiology with an interest in the medical field. The following is the New Hampshire Liquor Commission Bureau of Enforcement summary. On Wednesday, April 14th, 2021, between the time of 6 and 6:30 p.m., a local Wyndham restaurant welcomed 6 to 8 young patrons. They proceeded to order multiple bottles of discounted wine. Bottles were placed on the tables, and it was reported that the group were pouring their own glasses of wine with no supervision. Based on his blood alcohol level at the time of his death, a toxicologist estimated that he had likely had at least 1 bottle of Joshua Cabernet at the restaurant. At approximately 9:07 p.m., the group arrived at another well-known bar and grill located in Wyndham, New Hampshire. They are all regulars at this bar. The defendant was known by the establishment as a regular. The bartender that night had served him before. On this night, the bartender served the defendant 3 tall mixed drinks. The 3 mixed tall drinks consisted of vodka and soda, vodka with Red Bull, and Captain Morgan and Coke. He also consumed a shot of green tea vodka, all within a 90-minute period. The human body metabolizes on average a standard drink per hour or 1.5 ounces of distilled spirits per hour. The bartender that evening mixed a total of 6 ounces of 80 proof liquor plus an ounce of liquor that made up the green tea shot, or a total of 7 ounces of liquor in a 90-minute period. The bartender on duty knew she had already served the driver 3 tall mixed drinks in less than 90 minutes, and yet she still served him the green tea shot, which consisted of a half ounce of Jameson Irish whiskey and a half ounce of peach schnapps. At 11:44 p.m., New Hampshire State Police received a "be on the lookout for a drunk driver's vehicle," and he was described as a hazardous operator traveling on I-93 in Hooksett. Roughly 50 minutes later, he would pass through the Bedford tolls and proceed to turn his car around, so he ended up traveling north in the southbound lane, narrowly missing a head-on collision with a woman before hitting my daughter Elizabeth's head-on. Head-on at an estimated 80 miles an hour at mile marker 16.6. My daughter died instantly, her car fully engulfed in fire. At 2:30 in the morning, 2 New Hampshire state troopers stood at our doorstep and rang our doorbell while we slept. At that moment, our lives changed forever. We had lost our only daughter to an avoidable situation because of alcohol. The toxicology report of the defendant indicated blood alcohol concentration of 0.224, or almost 3 times the limit. Aggravating factors: failure to train employees in liquor education classes, failure to take advantage of classes offered by New Hampshire Liquor Commission, failure to monitor the amount of alcohol served to a patron, negligent service of alcoholic beverages pursuant RSA 507-5, serving the defendant 4 drinks in less than 90 minutes. The penalty was a $2,500 fine and a loss of license for 10 days. The bar's response on a Facebook post was, "We will be on holiday November 22nd through December 1st, reopening December 2nd with regular business hours. Our hardworking staff has been at it 7 days a week all summer long and is looking forward to this time. We hope you understand. See you upon reopening. Thank you for your support. Happy holidays to you and yours." They showed no remorse. The bartender fled town and she now lives in New York. They turned a family tragedy into a time of employee celebration. My daughter Elizabeth's life was special. My daughter's life mattered. She had her whole life ahead of her. A bright light who always thought of others, gone forever. Only memories remain. In closing, I have forgiven the person who took my daughter's life. His parents, too, lost their only son and will have to live with the fact that their son took an innocent life. No, it's not okay to drink and drive. It is everyone's responsibility to make sure our roads are safe. Bars and restaurants have a duty to make sure all their employees receive ongoing training in all aspects of serving alcohol. It is the responsibility of the New Hampshire State Liquor Commission that training programs provide necessary information to educate bartenders and servers. If training is a part of this bill, it is imperative that information provided to servers and bartenders is thorough and relevant with checks and balances in place. It is a privilege to hold a New Hampshire liquor license. No patron should be allowed to leave an establishment when he is known to have consumed that much alcohol that fast or when he shows signs of impairment. Please support House Bill 279 in memory of our daughter Elizabeth. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I just have one question. Are you satisfied with the bill as it is, with regard to the suspensions and training, et cetera, that you've heard us ask about?
I think right now it's a start. I mean, it's better than what it is, what is at current. My only concern would be the training portion of it. In Elizabeth's case, if they had training and this, still happened, it's almost like a free pass to me. I just think that we need to send a clear message that this type of behavior is not acceptable and that bars and restaurants need to be held accountable for their actions. I mean, there's been there was a case in Nashua recently where a motorcycle was hit with a driver and a passenger that was killed. And it was reported that the driver of that truck had he was served multiple drinks. So it's a problem that has to be addressed.
Thank you. And I speak for the committee when I say we're sorry for your loss. Thank you for sharing with us today.
Thank you.
Chair calls Mike Summers.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Mike Summers. I'm the president and CEO of the New Hampshire Lodging and Restaurant Association, and we are here in opposition to this bill. I need to give some reference here, and I can appreciate the emotion of the moment, but the thing that concerns us for the industry is that you have to understand how the restaurant industry works. We are a cash flow business. And we are not opposed to an increase in the penalty to some degree. Our concern is that this is a 300% increase in the penalty from 10 days to 30 days. I also want to point out that this part of the statute, this is just administrative penalty. This doesn't really affect what can be brought against the business and the individual via civil and criminal penalties, which are significantly more onerous than this action could take. But I think what I want to try to convey to you is the concern from the smallest businesses that if they were to be handed a 30-day suspension of license, the business is essentially out of business. And so that means loss of business, the employees are unemployed, a whole variety of things that cascade from there. And I also want to make sure that we understand that whilst we are talking about the very worst cases in the industry, these are a rarity in the industry. The majority of businesses in this industry, they work very hard at making sure that there is no overservice, that people underage are not served. A lot of time, effort, and resources goes into those training programs. So we just ask you to appreciate the fact that, let's not vilify an industry that certainly this is a risky space to be in. But we just feel that a 300% increase in the penalty is a bit draconian and over the top. The other thing that concerns us is, yes, there are horrible instances where this overservice has happened. But we also find ourselves in an age where we do have pre-gaming. People come in, they just pounded whatever in the parking lot. We serve them one, maybe two drinks, and they're then visibly intoxicated, right? And then so things can spiral out of control very, very quickly. We've had instances where folks are, they have a couple of drinks at a restaurant, dinner, whatever it might be. Then they take a medication as they're leaving, whatever it might be. And again, kids are experimenting with all kinds of crazy things right now. And so now it puts us in a situation where, it can come back to be a penalty on the business, and the business legitimately had tried to do the right thing. So I think we just asked that we take a look at what is a reasonable adjustment. And the last response, Representative Cahill had referenced that our per capita alcohol consumption in the state of New Hampshire is the highest in the country. That is a misleading number, and I ask you to recognize that. I believe even the Liquor Commission will testify that 50% of alcohol sales in the state of New Hampshire are made to out-of-state residents who are taking it with them. That is a significant number, and it skews the numbers heavily to looking like we drink an awful lot, and we really don't drink that much. So I think at that point, I'll leave it there, and I'd certainly be happy to try to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. What is the industry's reason for pushback on mandating the training? It's free. It's only 30 minutes. I'm interested to hear that.
Because as an organization, we try to testify to support policies that give greatest flexibility to our business members, and that require the least number of thresholds and reporting requirements that can get us in a gotcha where it's a penalty, a fee, et cetera. Because once you get into a license to serve, which is what you're essentially talking about here, there is now an administrative function on behalf of liquor enforcement to track all of this information. I guarantee there will be a requirement that the business has to track all of this, and along with all the other things that we have to have in an employee's file, it's just one more thing that it essentially becomes a gotcha if you forgot to put it in there or something along those lines.
Further questions? Representative Newell?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I'm wondering if you have any numbers based on the restaurants that you represent, how many actually do the training without it being mandated?
I would actually defer to liquor enforcement. That's not data we would be able to collect necessarily, but I think that they do keep a pretty good record of that. The one follow-on comment to that is, in the way this training component was added by House Commerce, we're actually okay with that. Clearly, it looks like there should be some cleanup in the language, but we like the incentive program, right? I think that makes sense. That incentivizes people to do the training. I think from a business insurance perspective, that would actually improve their insurance rating with carriers, et cetera. So we're actually comfortable with that, and we like that Commerce added it to the bill.
Thank you.
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I'm actually a bartender downtown in Manchester, and I can say I have never received any kind of training on, serving liquor, and didn't even know that training was available for free on the New Hampshire Liquor State Commission website. I'm just curious, if you feel like the penalties are too high, would not the compromise be mandating this training? I think businesses already have to maintain, records on their employees and, all these different aspects. And I think adding one more thing to the list makes sense when the cost is so high.
Frankly, I don't know that it ever became a discussion on this bill specifically when this was in House Commerce. There have been prior bills, et cetera. So I think we're open to a discussion. I think where we get concerned is what does it look like, right? How is the language written? What are the requirements? What are the penalties attached and those kinds of things? And I will also say we don't represent every single restaurant or hotel in the state of New Hampshire. We have about 1,300 members, but that's out of, I think, 6,000 or 7,000 licensees in the state of New Hampshire. So again, I speak specifically for our membership, who I like to think are the best operators.
See no further questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you so much.
The chair calls, I always butcher your name, Mark Armaganian from the State Liquor Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And honorable committee members, for the record, my name is Mark Armaganian. I am the chief of liquor enforcement for the Liquor Commission and licensing. Just as I'm sitting in the back of the room, I think a lot of you know from me being here back 6-7 years ago when I was a state trooper for 28 years, and what we have done in recent years to fix some of the efficiencies and effectiveness of the Liquor Commission. That was the reason, or of the division. That was the reason for me coming over. One of the things that we have seen and I have learned is that the division is there to educate and create a foundation of compliance. And that is through our education platform. It really is compliance. The success of the division is through the compliance of our licensees. The points that every one of you are bringing up are very valid points. I appreciate both representatives who I've worked with diligently to make some changes in this statute. But as you have seen, as the questions you have all brought up are questions that we have had as this new administration has gone the last 6.5 years. So as we move forward, we see HB 279 as a step forward. Yes, as Mr. Summers has just mentioned, first I will say that we have a great relationship with our industry partners. Our success is to regulate this industry for its own safety and community safety. That is our mission. That is our vision moving forward every day of the week. We are bound by statutorily bound bookmarkers. And those bookmarkers, as you have seen in this case, the $2,500 in 10 days, even though this establishment got the max that they could get under the law, it at times doesn't feel good to some people. And Representative, you brought up, knowing that you're a bartender, I won't say that I didn't just send a text wondering why that we have a bartender out there that has not gotten the message that we give free training both online and in person. We will actually come to your establishment and train your whole entire staff. That's what we do. To include licensing. So it does have this balance of customer service base and regulating the industry to a safe level. So when I started, just to give you a little historic background, when I started working, when I first actually came in, stepped in the door probably a month, working with Representative Cahill on mandatory training, it was met with a lot of pushback, for lack of a better term. We tried to move forward with that almost yearly, if not every term, to see if we can make some headway. This is the closest we have gotten to mandatory training, an incentive program, if you will. That has some promise. It has intrigued us, and that is what has created our support of this. It's a step forward. We're looking at it that way. Is it truly where we want to be? It's not truly where we want to be, but it does get us to a point where a establishment will see how much benefit it is, not only to community safety and absolving them from a little bit of liability, but also getting their servers trained in a proper fashion. There are other training programs out there. TIPS is one that is mentioned quite frequently, but it doesn't talk about New Hampshire laws and the way we do business in the 603. That's important here. We do it different. And we are used, our liquor enforcement division has been used quite frequently as a CALEA accredited law enforcement agency as a model throughout the country for control states. And we believe that being a control state is the safest way to actually sell and deal with the problems that come along with alcohol service. So we talk about David and myself have talked countless times on Lizzie's negative incident, and it is sad. You've seen a picture of her. She was actually team certified and leaving a licensed establishment at the end of her shift, which makes it even more sad. In talking to David and Representative Mooney and Representative Cahill, again, we're all under the impression that this is a positive step forward. And we believe that we can make a difference with this bill passing. Does it fall a little short? It falls a little short in my eyes. I'm a dad. I have kids in this vulnerable age group. I look at Lizzie's was only a year older than my oldest daughter. It cuts at the heart. We're all parents. It cuts at the heart. And we want to see good happen here. And we believe that this bill is moving in the right direction. or passing is a move in the right direction.
Thank you. With regard to the training, how long is it?
So our actually there's 15 training platforms, everywhere from training ownership and management, training servers, training the door people on fictitious IDs and identifying persons that have partaken alcoholic beverages that probably did a little too much partaking. Grocers, our own liquor commission employees that sell on a daily basis. So and teachers, because we also regulate tobacco also and talk about vape products and what they're seeing in the schools. So right now, the training platform for alcohol would be MTS, management training, and lots training. Both are online, both are in person, depending on how you want it as an owner. And that training class could be anywhere from time-wise, because it is a PowerPoint presentation with a test at the end, anywhere between 45 minutes and an hour. If you're proficient, half an hour, I'd say yes, you could do that. But at the end of the day, it earmarks all the items that you, in taking part in service, all the items that you would be confronted with, both negative and positive, that you should be aware of to keep the industry safe and the community safe.
Does your organization go to license holders' establishments and offer this training?
Absolutely.
And has you had anyone ever say, no, thank you, we're not interested?
But not at all. Not at all. In fact, I would say it consumes us during some of our major events when the beach opens up. So when we work that venue, and I say that venue, the whole Seacoast, when we're working that holiday to holiday, so from Memorial Day to Labor Day, we have seasonal establishments out there, seasonal licensees. Those licensees, we actually, for the last 3 years, have gone to Bernie's Dead Center on the beach, and they have offered us their venue to reel in every licensee that wants to be trained, to say, this is what we're seeing. And I will say our success is to share what we are seeing in other establishments on a nightly basis, not to share your business structure, but to share what is going wrong, not by name, but by circumstance. And again, having that open communication between us and our licensees has been paramount to our success, our new success.
So you would say that the relationship you have with your licensees is more of a cooperative partnership than a enforcement agency out there trying to catch people up and hurt their businesses?
Absolutely. So Mr. Chairman, we have just, and it's at GELCAR right now. So we have rewritten every one of our rules, all 8 series. We're going to have to create a 9th series in the last 4 years. That needed to be done. It is what it is. It needed to be done. As we rewrote stuff, we recognized that the point system that was attached with violations was dated. It didn't benefit anybody, to include ourselves, as far as accountability. But accountability is the time suspended accountability as a deterrent. But the primary goal here is the education platform. And that's why our progressive accountability, I don't like calling it discipline, our progressive accountability starts with the education platform. So if there is, let's be honest about it, there are good people that make mistakes. And those people, my now 37 years in law enforcement, but my 28 years on the highways of this state. If people don't know why they're in violation of a speed infraction, if they're not told why the pros and the cons outweigh the pros, and at that point, it's the reason why we're writing a summons. All they're going to do is do it again, and that is the foundation of what we've moved forward with here. Is you need to know why if we have taken action on you, you need to know why, and not the legalese of why. You need to know from a layman's point of view why you've done it wrong and how we can help you to fix it. And one of the things that I'm appreciating is my phone calls during the weekend from licensees and licensees who have tripped, and they actually are open enough to tell you how they've tripped and how they can fix it. And that's before somebody gets hurt. So we're being proactive in that regard. Being reactive is what I used to do when I worked the roadways out here, and my time in major crime, and you know, I always said we speak on behalf of the victims, and in this case we are doing that as loud as we can given the circumstances. We're speaking on behalf of Lizzie right now.
Thank you. Looking at the bill, I see a lot of significant improvements. It looks like a lot of work went into the bill. I would prefer to see some type of mandatory training for anyone who serves liquor in this state. However, I wouldn't want to see jeopardize the entire bill over that, but we're going to look into that. Representative Newell, and then Representative Rhodes, and Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I actually bartended in a former life and was tip certified. As I remember, that was in the state of Colorado, but as I remember, it was a full day training on a Saturday. And it's like you described with Bernie's, I believe you said, and a lot of different restaurants brought people. What I'm really trying to wrap my head around, aside from it not being mandated, is how you could fit that information that I still carry with me to this day, even though I'm not a bartender anymore, of a full day into a half an hour.
Yeah. So thank you for your question, Representative. We're two different types of training. So TIPS is going to give you the liability portion of it, but it's going to train you in how to do your job. We don't train you how to do your job, how you, whether it's service or we train you in what the laws are of this state and how you could get in trouble by what are the thresholds for over service? What are the outward signs of intoxication? No, also know this, that in the statute, different than a lot of statutes and something I had to learn when I came over, there is an affirmative defense built into prohibited sales, and that's outward signs of intoxication. So if the two of you as servers aren't seeing outward signs of intoxication, it is impossible for me to take action against you. And that is verified through video, which is not mandated in any of these establishments. So, and there were some video problems in the case that we were just talking about, not to get into case facts, but you can only follow the evidence and the facts of the evidence that is given to you at that time. You can't assume what could have happened or what would happen, because we possibly could end up in criminal court with it, where we're dealing with beyond a reasonable doubt and not the 51% in an administrative proceeding. So yes, your training is longer in TIPS than in MTS or in Teams, but we are hitting on the very facts that you're talking about here today.
Can I follow up really quickly?
Quick follow-up.
As I remember, part of it was really trying to ascertain if there were clues. Part of it was kind of the interaction, the training on the interaction of how you would ascertain beyond that whether or not someone had been too intoxicated. But I also just wanted to follow up really quickly because it was a question I had asked someone else and they said you might have the answer. Do you know how many of the licensees have taken the training? What proportion?
I actually texted when that question came up. I texted it to my staff. I can get you that number.
Okay.
They haven't texted me back at this point, but that's a fluid number that changes hourly. I would say it's a substantial number. We have 6,400 licensees in this state. Not all of them are in our state. 1,300 of them are out of state as direct shippers. We probably have around 30, that number moves too, but about 32 to 3,400 on premise where you both would work, an on premise establishment. The rest would be combination, which would be your local grocery store, your local grocery store or convenience stores. So yes, I can get you that number. I will get you that number.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yep.
That just raised a question for me. Do any of the trainings you offer, are any of them mandatory for any of the,
MTS.
which is the owners?
Yes.
What about grocers? Is there not, to your best of your knowledge, some type of mandatory training with regard to health from the FDA and things of that nature?
I don't know the answer
don't?
to that question, Mr. Chairman. I would defer to them.
Okay, thanks. Representative Rhodes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is kind of two-part. Is it not already required for training for, so you're not, I'm sorry. Is it not already a law for establishments to be trained to not serve to minors? I'm sorry, someone under age of 21.
Yeah, there is a law on that. Yes.
Okay, so thank you. And then with that, there was a question asked earlier that you didn't touch upon, that I was hoping that you would, as far as the question about, rounds at a table. So if somebody, goes over and buys a pitcher of beer, they take it back to their table, is the bartender or an employee, are they expected to check the IDs of everybody at that table, even if they're not taking the alcohol to that table?
So yes, thank you for the question. It's a great one. So everybody in that establishment should be ID'd as they come through, or paired with a parent. Let's use the 99 Applebee's of the world that are restaurants, and they're serving food. And I know during hockey season, I would take my girls there for a quick meal. That now you have, at least you have parental oversight of what's going on. So that child 9 times out of 10 is not going to take a sip out of their parent drink. But as a server, you need to be aware of that. If a round, I think is what you're speaking of, a round is purchased and brought to another table, that is the responsibility of the establishment to make sure that all those people at that table, even though their server hasn't made that final service, that all those people that are partaking in alcoholic beverages are actually of the legal age of drinking. Does that answer your question? I hope it does. Okay.
It does, yeah.
Okay.
The first part of my question was RSA 179(5)(b), where it says the commission shall retain the right to require the licensee in such a circumstance to initiate additional training of the staff or individual employee. And
So we do. And I will say this too, to add to your point, upon a violation of, let's say, compliance, we run compliance nightly with underage buyers. And upon violation of that, training is mandatory. We mandate training as part of our negotiated resolution.
Representative Selig.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question, which is what I asked the prime sponsor, and it goes along with the concept of buying rounds or a round of shots or whatever. So is the establishment, I guess, how does the establishment check this sobriety level? I'm not sure the right terminology. Forgive me, I'm not an expert in this area. Of the people they're not directly serving, right? So they give Joe the plumber 12 shots and he delivers them to 11 other Joe the plumbers. And how does the restaurant or establishment monitor that?
So thank you for your question, Representative. I'm sorry about the speaker here. And pardon my back. So what we're looking at is a rate of service, and we're also looking at over service. So we rely investigatively. We rely on receipts, POS systems. Thank God they're electronic now, and video. If a establishment doesn't have that, I'm just talking investigative lie. If it doesn't have that, we don't have it. Now that's not to say that the criminal case doesn't move forward. If the person responsible for Lizzie's death was alive, they would have been charged with negligent homicide. And we work very closely with the state police on helping them build that case of alcohol consumption. At the same time, is there a responsibility of the establishment? Yes, both administratively and criminally. So we look at it from our administrative authority, in looking at receipts and looking at how the service has been done. The umbrella of ownership has the total responsibility and all that. They have assumed this responsibility. At the same time, if we have seen, and this has happened, a rogue bartender who maybe doesn't like ownership and says, well, I'm going to get them in trouble, and starts floating drinks down range, knowing what they're doing. Hopefully we can build a criminal case against that, which we have. I think I can talk about it now because it's been adjudicated. Happy Crab down in Salem. We assisted Salem Police Department in arresting that bartender. We've arrested through our legal authority. We have personally arrested several bartenders who have egregiously gone down this road. It isn't something we like doing, to be quite honest about it, because the success of this industry is compliance. And if you can make, I always say this, if you can make $1 bazillion in compliance, you're my poster child. I'll bring on the radio show with me, and we'll talk about how your successes and how you should share your successes with other establishments throughout the state or the country. But that's, did I answer? Okay, thank you.
Muse.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What kind of evidence do you have that that the training is actually effective? So how do you measure whether or not you're having impact, and are there things that you can tell by your analysis that let you know maybe a certain establishment might have a problem or things of that nature?
So thank you for your question, Representative. We have several barometers in this factor, one of them being our compliance. If we are finding that a majority of our establishments are in compliance, are IDing we're very active out in the industry on a nightly basis, and we see that the service is appropriate through our audits. I think the positive assumption there is that's positive data that our training is working. At the same time, I will tell you that to hear somebody that is not in compliance or fails compliance bothers me. And I've been on the phone several times with ownerships throughout the state to say, hey, listen, I'm sure you just heard this. You just failed compliance. What can we do to get you? Let's put a training segment together. Let's do this sooner than later and get your whole staff in, if you don't mind paying the extra hour or so to get it done. But yes, it could, that is one of the barometers that we use to show us that our training is working.
Follow up.
And how do you assess whether or not the training actually sticks with the people who take it?
Well, first of all, initially we do it through our aptitude testing because you don't get the certification unless you pass the final exam. And I can make that available for each and every one of you if you find that you want to go online and look at it. But at the same time, it's literally our in-face contacts with industry on a nightly basis. Just we're constantly asking questions. We're constantly fortifying the relationships in a very positive manner to make sure that just business is done right. And those items that we talk about quite frequently, fictitious IDs, overservice, prohibited sales, that is all adhered to, and you know that when we're asking those questions, that they're answered in a positive or a credible fashion. Thank you.
Representative Jammern.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for taking my question. You mentioned my district. I represent Seabrook and Hampton, including Hampton Beach. So the question I'm going to ask you is, the bill changes what the current suspension, maximum suspensions could be for first, second, and third offense. Well, third offense is still revocation. What we want to do for you is to give you a bigger hammer. Because what we always say is, hey, if they don't comply, use a bigger hammer. So we want to do that. I think you may have heard my earlier question relative to the fiscal note, saying that currently on the second offense, it's a fine of $5,000 and suspension of 30 to 60 days. Is that correct still?
It is. And the point you brought up, Representative, first of all, thank you for your question. The point you brought up is something that we brought up. It is a unintended consequence of that gap, I believe. But again, we were looking at this as a positive step forward. Are there things that I personally believe need to be tightened up? Some of the stuff that you've brought up and other committee members have brought up, yes. But like Mr. Chairman, you brought up earlier, I think this is going in the right direction. Might we be back here next session or the session after that? Yeah, we might, just to tune it up, but.
Representative Newman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. If this law were to pass, how would the however many 3,000 establishments that actually serve drinks become aware of this? How did they know that this happened?
Thank you for your question, Representative. So we have a couple of conduits that we use to get this done. We started an industry circular 6.5 years ago because I felt communication was lacking between us and establishments. If you don't know what you're doing wrong or you don't know what has changed, you're going to do it. And who am I to write you a summons on it if you don't know about it? Now, there are others that could be even in this room that say that that's not a defense to anything. But I feel we have an obligation. So number one, as soon as, depending on when that law change or when that bill comes to law, we will message that out to industry. We do that quite frequently through our industry circulars. I know he'll take a shot at me, but Mike and I talk quite frequently with restaurants and lodging, but I also talk to the wholesalers, our manufacturers throughout the state. Anytime that there is a law change, we make sure that we provide that to the industry, that they know about it. We also, mentioning, let's use Laconia for an example for Bike Week and Wake the Lake and some of those events that they do. We do what we call a informational blitz. I send a group of our field investigators up to the region with informational packets to meet with every licensee in that region to go over old laws that they might come in contact with, and new ones that have changed. And maybe you're stuck in your old way of thinking. And that has been extremely successful down at the beach. We do that with our seasonal licensees in our open venue establishments, our concert establishments. We do it quite often with our higher education venues for start of school, spring flings, graduation. Our high schools, we do a lot of training with our vulnerable age group with our high schools in this state on talking about what they should not be doing and abstaining from. And I will go one further. We also talk about those vulnerable age kids that have tripped and might have partaken in alcohol products or vape products not of legal age, and what resources are out there for them to receive help. It's a different way of policing. And I believe it's our success with this group is to be very open. We're an open file. We're transparent, just totally transparent on everything we do.
Follow up, Mr. Chair. Could you just comment? One of the penalties is a revocation of license. And I'm just curious about who the licensees are. Are they the owners? Can somebody else own a license in a restaurant, uses that license? Or how does that work? And is that revocation final for just the licensee or the establishment?
It can go, thank you for your question, Representative. So it can go either way depending on where the evidence takes us. If we see a total failure by ownership that owns that LLC through our licensure process and the Secretary of State's office, then we will hold them liable. But this can drill all the way down to a server and not being responsible. Have we talked about licensure? We just did. We talked about individual licensure. Would that be met with resistance? It has been met with resistance, but it is another tool that could be used that other states do. I don't think I truly believe that in the amount. This is a bad statement, but we don't deal with this issue often. Sadly, somebody died from this issue, and that somebody's name is Lizzie, and she had her life that was a beautiful life that was taken away from her. I can't not plug myself into that circumstance, myself and my wife. Knowing that I have kids that are her same age, and she did it right. She was team certified. So, and actually in this folder, I do have two things: a picture of the crash, that was horrific, and a picture of, or a copy of her certificate that I have little mementos that from families that in the several hundreds of homicide cases over a 14-year career in major crime that the families have left me as mementos to remember, and this will be a memento to remember her as I do my job on a daily basis to the day I walk away from this job.
Thank you for your testimony today.
Thank
Is there
you.
anyone else who hasn't testified that wishes to testify on this bill?
Just one last thing, Jay.
Representative Pratt.
Just one quick one. How you doing? I have a quick question here. Do you still do spot inspections where I send people in to do buying that maybe send minors in to do inspections?
Absolutely.
And then also license renewal inspections, you still do license?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So those are pretty thorough, I know, in my past.
And that is an opportunity for our investigators to go out and actually speak about what has changed. Very good point, Representative. Thank you for that. So that when we do those inspections, it is all around a conversation about what has changed, how business is going, and what we can do to help you be more successful. But we always talk about the elephant in the room, and that's the negative that could happen. It has a lot of liability around it, as you know, from your service, your public service. There's a lot of liability around that could go negative really quick.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Again, thank you for your testimony. Ma'am? If you have something new to add that we haven't already heard, absolutely. You got to push the.
Excuse me. Am I live? Okay, sorry. This is just in response to something the commissioner said, which I want to clarify, and I think is often an area of confusion in certainly civil cases involving the liability of establishments that serve alcohol, but apparently also confusion, I think, for the commission. I heard the commissioner say there's an absolute defense, an affirmative defense for an entity to a claim that they were over-serving if the person was not visibly intoxicated. We, in litigating this case, came up against that issue numerous times. And although there are affirmative defenses under the statute which say if a business can show that they've been involved in reasonable business practices, they may be able to fend off liability, the statute specifically says that a entity is responsible if their bartenders or servers serve somebody who is visibly intoxicated or whom a reasonable person would know is intoxicated. And in this case, you had in both entities servers saying there were no visible signs of intoxication. And part of how we proved that there was the person was intoxicated and they should have known that was from how much they had been served over what period of time. And there's actually a federal court opinion from Judge LaPlante that says it's not just visible signs of intoxication. So I say that just because I hate to have on the record some sense that if somebody's not visibly intoxicated, you can keep serving them. You know, if there's somebody who holds their liquor sort of invisibly, that you're free to serve them as much as you want.
Thank you. Speaking of on the record, before you leave, could you fill out a pink card for us so we
Yes.
have you? And I just one more question. The reasonable person standard raises an interesting question because what does a reasonable person know about alcohol and how much? And if you have to take training, your reasonableness is the bar goes a little bit higher because now it's a reasonable trained person versus a reasonable untrained person. Would you agree?
I would say that's true, but because training isn't mandatory, we have a situation where, you know, we're looking at some people, for instance, Representative Murray, who is serving people and is untrained. So what standard are you going to apply
So
to
the
her?
reasonable person standard has to be the lowest, an untrained person. However, if it were mandatory, that would raise that bar, wouldn't it?
Right. And in this case, although the owners are required to take this MTS management training, they then, in the case of one of these bars, did not turn around and do any in-house training themselves specific to overservice, or at least that was the testimony from the servers, was that their management had never passed on any training to them, even though they had received the training.
Thank you very much for your addition today. With that, I'm going to close this public hearing, and I would ask the Republicans to meet me in my office. We're going to probably exec this bill today if anyone's interested in staying for that. Thank you. With that, I'm opening the executive session on House Bill 279 and, 279, and I am going to recognize myself. I make a motion of ought to pass. Can I have a second? Representative Jambrin seconds. And real quick, I saw some things in this bill that I would like to see changed. Having said that, this was a commerce bill first, and I respect their decision. Having said that, I do think some things need to be toughened up, including the mandatory training, and I look forward to see what happens in the Senate. Having said that, this has still a bit to travel, so we're going to move it along. Representative Jambrin, would you like to speak to your second?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I agree. The second offense is lighter than what it currently is, and I think that it should be toughened. However, the time can be done, that can be done in the Senate, and we can recommend that as members of the House at that point.
Thank you. Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, I ask the clerk to call the roll. Motion on the floor is ought to pass. The motion was made by me, seconded by Representative Jambrin.
Vice Chair Rhodes,
Yes.
Representative Pratt,
Yes.
Representative Sytek, Representative Pooh,
Yes.
Representative Jandrin,
Yes.
Representative Mannion,
Yes.
Representative Reed,
Yes.
Representative Stone,
Yes.
Representative Tenzar,
Yes.
Representative Harriet Gathright,
Yes.
Representative Muse,
Yes.
Representative Murphy,
Yes.
Representative Newman. The clerk
Yes.
votes yes. Representative Newell,
Yes.
Representative Selig,
Yes.
Representative Wheeler,
Yay.
Vice Chair Rhodes, Chairman Roy,
Chair votes yes.
18-0.
18-0, ought to pass passes. Any objection to consent? Seeing none, I'll go on to consent calendar. And with that, I close the executive session on House Bill 279. And I open the executive session on House Bill 1137. Oh, excuse me. I jumped the gun. The public hearing on House Bill 1137.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I'm Representative Linda Massimillo. I represent Grafton District 1. I'm going to be brief as I'm supposed to be meeting with a group of students from St. Olaf University right now. So I just wanted to respectfully ask you to ITL House Bill 1137. After listening to and talking with several stakeholder groups, about their concerns that had to do with the vagueness of the language and the changes in fees and restitution, we decided to ask that this be ITL'd so we can work on it sometime over the summer and bring it back next year. And thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you for letting us know your wishes, and we always appreciate it when someone comes forward and lets us know what they like right out of the gate. Good luck with the students. Is there anyone else here who would like to testify on House Bill 1137? Seeing none, I close the public hearing on House Bill 1137. I open the executive session on House Bill 1137. And, excuse me, no, 1137. Did we skip one? 1137. Yeah, I'm execing the bill. So it's 1137. What is going on around here? Make a motion.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion of ITL for House Bill 1137.
Seconded by Representative Harriet Gathright. Would you like to speak to your motion, Representative Rhodes?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to go ahead with what the sponsor requested and the reason she gave. It sounds like they're going to do some more work on it and bring back language that we would all be able to pass. So let's do it.
Representative Harriet Gathright, would you like to speak to your motion?
Same.
Very good. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll. Motion on the floor is inexpedient to legislate.
Vice Chair Rhodes,
Yes.
Representative Pratt,
Yes.
Representative Sytek, Representative Prue?
Yes.
Representative Jandrin? Representative Mannion?
Yes.
Representative Reed?
Yes.
Representative Stone?
Yes.
Representative Tenzar?
Yes.
Representative Harriet Guthrie? Representative Muse?
Yes.
Representative Murphy? Representative Newman?
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Newell?
Yes.
Representative Selig?
Yes.
Representative Wheeler? Chairman Roy?
Chair votes yes.
17-0.
Any more objection to consent? Seeing none, it will go on consent. An expedient to legislate, unanimous. I hereby close the executive session on House Bill 1137. I open a public hearing on House Bill 1177 and invite the prime sponsor to introduce her bill.
Good morning. The prime sponsor, Rep Manos, couldn't be here today, so I am a co-sponsor in introducing the bill. I'm Caitlin Kutab from Windham. This bill seeks to have petitions for domestic violence or stalking filed electronically. The court has been trying to move cases a little bit at a time over a 10-year process to be electronic. Many of them are still in hard copy format. And that makes it difficult for multiple judges to be able to look at something. You've got a hard copy of a file, and there are times when somebody will have a criminal protective order against person A, will have it against person B because something happened and somebody was arrested. Person B can then go into family court and not tell them that there's already a protective order against them, and person B can then get a protective order against person A. The police have to go by which order was issued latest. Now, they're likely going to ask for, the person A is obviously very likely going to ask for an emergency hearing. It'll be heard within 5 days, but in the meantime, they're likely going to be kicked out of their house. There are quite a few examples that we heard of this happening with different family law attorneys. And so that was one of the reasons for putting in this bill. Another reason for putting in the bill was just simply to be able to have more statistical data on these types of cases. So these petitions, to be clear, are petitions that usually happen in family court. They're not criminal cases. And even though it's in your committee, which I guess is confusing because you guys usually deal with the criminal ones, but these are ones that wouldn't happen in criminal court. So that was the reason for putting this in. There was a little bit of concern in here related to the fact that it had said shall be electronically filed, and the idea that it said that a party could be excused under the circumstances that it would create a hardship. And there was a little bit of a concern that somebody may be able to use that for a reason of appeal in a true DV situation and say, well, you know, their extraordinary circumstance was that they didn't have a car, and I don't think that that's extraordinary, and then try and use it for a reason of appeal. And so for that reason, we would be okay changing this from shall to may and then removing the second sentence. But that's what the bill does, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. First of all, if we get that far that an amendment is appropriate and the committee believes so, then we're going to ask you to get whatever amendments that are necessary. Representative Jambrin?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Currently, the police show up here at your doorstep for a domestic call, and they believe there's an emergency situation, and they must have a protective order in place within minutes. They then pick up the phone. I'm asking, this is part of the question. They immediately call a judge. The judge issues an order over the phone, and then a paper copy of that order is then forwarded to the police department to be served on the second party. Would your bill neuter that and not allow the telephonic order, or is it in complement to that?
Attorney Cregan can probably give better data than me, but I don't believe right now. I think you would still have to fill out, unless it was criminal. If it was going to be, this is, again, not for criminal, this is civil. So somebody hasn't committed a crime, you're going to have to fill out a petition. And usually the petitions are done during working hours. It's a very rare circumstance when something would be granted outside of hours, and Attorney Cregan might have the data on exactly how often that happens, but it's very seldom that that would happen. But yes, it is all hard copy, and there's one copy in the court. And that's, you know, kind of another thing with hard copy files is if anything ever happens to the court, we don't have a copy of that. There's no electronic copy.
Thank you. Representative Newell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. My question is, what this says is anything petitions filed on or after July 1st, 2025. And so my question is, if there's something that's existing at that time, would that also be electronically filed, or is it just for things that are happening after that? So is it for petitions that that are filed on or after that time, or anything that is in existence at that time would be electronically filed so that it could be shared?
It would be from petitions that are filed from that period on. So, you know, existing cases or cases that didn't have decisions yet, those wouldn't be included in here because this strictly talks to petitions from then forward.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the question.
Representative Sitek.
I'm a little confused. You say the title is relative to the electronic filing of domestic violence and stalking petitions. How is that civil?
That's just, they're done in family court. That's just how it's done. So they're parties that are either related to each other, or they're done, or they're in a relationship with each other. There's certain criteria that those fall into. But it's not, a crime has not been, the person hasn't been arrested for something prior to these happening.
Okay.
I expect a more in-depth explanation by Attorney Cregan from the court. Seeing no further questions, thank you for your testimony. The chair calls Pamela Kiley.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. As you know, my name is Pamela Kylig, and I'm the Public Policy Specialist at the New Hampshire Coalition Against Domestic and Sexual Violence. I am here today also with my colleague Joy, who is our Program Director, and we just kind of wanted to echo what Representative Kutab said, that we share similar concerns and would recommend that the language in the bill be changed from shall to may. And I do have a suggested amendment of language that I will pass around with my testimony, and we're happy to answer any questions that you have related to the protective orders for both domestic violence under 173B and stalking under 633. 3A, I think. And then I think just the crux of our testimony is that we just feel very strongly that mandatory electronic filing is not in the best interest of victim safety. We feel very strongly that we want to create more options. So that's why we are open and excited for the possibility of having electronic filing as an option, but want to make sure that in-person filing and also a remote process that we've been piloting with the court since 2020 remain intact, just so that victims and survivors have as many options available to meet their safety needs as they're seeking relief from the courts. I think my colleague Joy will just quickly highlight some of the key concerns that we just wanted to make sure were on your radar with a solely electronic process.
Thank you. So as Pamela had mentioned, we implemented in 2020, as we were recognizing the significant barriers that survivors were facing due to COVID-19, we formed a multidisciplinary committee that was looking at allowing temporary electronic filing options, filing the petitions during regular business hours at the court. The committee was comprised of court staff, New Hampshire legal assistants, the coalition, and and private attorneys, among other experts and stakeholders. This process was intentionally created to balance the safety needs of survivors and the existing technology systems available through the court. Through this process, survivors work directly with crisis centers to file these remote email petitions, and they would also be directly connected to legal services. The remote filing is still available today, even though we no longer have the concern of COVID-19. And most crisis centers continue to use this as an option when working with survivors. Some of the concerns that we have that was stated previously, we oppose that this bill would be mandatory. It would be mandatory for people to file petitions electronically, and that there would be any type of sort of red tape requirements to demonstrate that victims are allowed to file in person. It's really important to keep those options open because every survivor is the expert in their situation and their safety, and we want to make things as accessible for them as possible when seeking orders of protection. And one specific concern, some of our specific concerns that we have is that this legislation, as written, would require demonstrating that electric filing is a hardship. And as written, it would actually discourage survivors from coming forward because, again, it's another barrier that we're putting in place. And there's no consideration for language needs and technology barriers. So not everyone it's not, we really need to take into consideration making these things as accessible as possible for anybody. Tech safety concerns could also be a serious issue for survivors because we really want to think about what does that look like in the court if people are electronically filing at a kiosk, so to speak, in the middle of the courthouse. How is that safe? What happens if their perpetrator shows up at the court? So again, these are things that we want to take into consideration. And obviously the impact on survivors with disabilities, child care issues. People may not be able to get to the courts in order to file due to not having child care, time constraints and privacy, and then how, again, would survivors get connected to resources such as crisis centers and legal services if they're filing electronically on their own?
Yeah, and we'd be happy to expand on that if there are any more specific questions. But I think in summary, we just really appreciate the work of the sponsors on this and the level of collaboration that we've had to look into how this process might work, and just really strongly urge that the language be changed to may so that the option is available, but it's not the sole option for victims. And we'd be more than happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Representative Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Can you explain to me, in your opinion, what an extraordinary circumstances would be?
I think that's a really great question, Representative. I'm not entirely sure what the vision was behind that language, but I would argue that someone fleeing abuse who may have been strangled or any other thing is already experiencing an extraordinary hardship.
Follow up. So in reference to the actual filing of a petition, I guess I heard some of your testimonies that it's kind of envisioned an individual could go to an organization that would help them on their behalf fill out the electronic filing, or go to a court, which obviously we are all aware that I believe most courts in New Hampshire are staffed with court security personnel that have powers of arrest as well. So it should be a safe environment. I do agree that the shall language is kind of strong, and may would be a better venue in my opinion. But the extraordinary circumstances is the one I had the real issue with. I couldn't envision what you would define as one.
Yeah, I think there was really good intent with the idea. I think to make sure that there could be an option if electronic filing wasn't feasible. But I think our concern is that if someone's already going to the court to file a petition, we don't want them to have that initial step to demonstrate, and that it could actually be inadvertently used by abusers to make it even harder. So
thank you.
To the best of your knowledge, does the bill allow electronic filing like from home, or does it have to be at a centralized location?
It's our understanding the intention of this bill would indicate that individuals would have to go to the court in order to electronically file and not file from home.
I think that's a really great question, and I think maybe the courts could lend some recommendations into what the infrastructure would look like. I think right now there was in talking with the sponsors, there was thought of, do we have a kiosk like for some of the other petitions that are filed? Is there a platform online? And I think until those pieces are ironed out and we know what that looks like, I think it's hard to know if there's any other considerations that might need to be in place.
I worry that online is very dangerous because oftentimes abusers will look at internet history and you could end up in a worse situation you started with, but that perhaps isn't an issue today. Further questions for this witness? Representative Harry Guthrie.
Thank you, Chair. My question is, today you can go into the courts, correct? But did you also say that you still can do online?
So we'll
Since
clarify
COVID?
that. Yeah.
Yes. So today, survivors have the option of going to the court to file themselves or with any support person, including a crisis center advocate, to help support them through that process. They may also have a legal counsel or representation that can help them through that process with filing. There is also another option where survivors can work with crisis centers to remotely file a petition that goes directly to the court. So they can do that in their offices. It's a safe and comfortable environment. They can also bring their children, and there would be it just eliminates a lot of barriers because they're already getting connected to those crisis center services right away, and they can file that petition remotely there.
Yeah, and so like my colleague mentioned, this was something that was crafted in 2020, in May 2020, during the crux of COVID, when we knew that getting to the courthouse was especially challenging for survivors. And so while the initial sort of nexus for why we have this is no longer the issue we have today, this process still remains available. Not a lot of petitions are filed this way, but we have found that it's been very helpful, especially for survivors with disabilities who may not physically be able to get to the court, or in cases where, there are multiple children who maybe the person doesn't have a caregiver and can then work with the advocate at the crisis center to submit it. But there's a very strict criteria of how that can be filed. And it, again, has to be, the purpose being that they would have the support they need to file it remotely. It's not anyone at home that can access this process.
Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, thank you. Also, I want to take a moment that whenever we have a domestic violence issue here, I think it's important we bring up the fact that there may be people at home watching. You can always text 911. You do not have to call. So if you feel like you're not safe at your house, you do not have to call 911. You can text it and help will arrive. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Attorney Aaron Cregan from the Justice. From the courts.
Hello, representatives. Just appearing on behalf of the judicial branch to discuss 1177. And I want to start by saying that we appreciate so much that we've had a lot of engagement with the sponsors of this bill. They've come over to the court system. We've walked them through some of the filing options that we have. And I hope we'll continue having a conversation with them. Just sort of three principles I want to orient you to with the bill. And the first is that the courts are absolutely supportive of having more e-filing options. For state courts throughout the country, it is generally a gradual transition from paper filing to electronic filing. Some states have completed it. Most states in the New England region have not. So it is a process we have been working on for over 12 years. And we would absolutely love to add optional electronic filing for domestic violence survivors. It is expensive. And that is typically the barrier. Every time we add a new case type, we have to contract with an e-court filer, and there's a cost that is usually in the hundreds of thousands associated with transitioning that case type over, which is a carry-on cost. So that is why it is a gradual process typically. But if the legislature wants to focus on particular areas and move those to electronic filing, we're supportive. We would love to have those options. We do not typically require a person who wants to do a paper filing, even in an electronic case type, to demonstrate any kind of special need. There are a large number of self-represented litigants in New Hampshire, and if they're not comfortable or they don't have access to the internet, we allow them to come in and give us a paper filing, even in an electronic case type. So that's, even though we try to make sure that more is available electronically, we don't want to exclude anyone who wants to file by paper. For domestic violence survivors in particular, the paper case type is a very popular option. Even though in 2020 we at no cost created our own impromptu email filing system working with the coalition and others, 95% of domestic violence survivors continue to use the paper option. There could be any number of reasons that this is true. It could be that they just feel physically safer coming into the courthouse. It could be they're worried someone's going to look at their internet history. But for whatever reason, this remains a very popular option, and we would have concern if it didn't remain an option. We'd certainly be happy to add the additional option of going to a contractor and specifically building a system that has a safe button that someone can press and they can get away from that screen if their abuser is in their presence. We'd want to design an electronic filing system that works for domestic violence survivors, and we would absolutely love to do that, but we don't want to take an option away that a lot of survivors use. It's still a very, very highly utilized solution. So I've told you about our gradual path toward electronic filing. We are working on it, and some of the unfortunate costs that can come with making those transitions. A very sort of minor flag is just drafting wise. This has been something, and I know that the prime sponsor was concerned about this, and it's a very good flag because I know she's an attorney, that this has typically been a process which the courts have done through the administrative authority that the courts have to make decisions which administer the courts. And it has not typically been something that the legislature has been involved in. So every time we've transitioned to case type, we've done it by an administrative order because we've been able to get the funds to do it. So there's special drafting concerns, but I think those are completely overcomable in terms of how the legislation is phrased, because we would absolutely love to work with you to add this as an option for survivors.
Would it be safe to say that this would pass constitutional muster with the separations if it were more enabling versus mandatory for the courts?
Yes.
And if the legislation were to pass even as amended, as suggested, taking out the shall, does the court have the funds? Because I see the fiscal note, there's no money attached to it.
The cost is about $300,000 to add this as a new electronic filing case type. So we would need to get new funds for that, but we would utilize them, and we would absolutely.
Did you get the request for the fiscal note on the legislation?
We did, and I had thought that it was noted there. Is it not on?
Oh, maybe it is. I just saw zeros. Okay. Representative Rhodes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could you just clarify? I wasn't sure if you said if it was 90 or 95% of the victims that use the paper filing option. Can you tell me what it was?
95.
Thank you.
Representative Sidek.
We heard that there's the court was doing a pilot program in 2020 and all this. Why do you even need this legislation? Why can't you just do it?
In order to build a platform, a website that people can log into that's going to have the features that are going to be safe for survivors to use, like a safe screen button, there's just a certain cost associated with building and maintaining that system. Excuse me. But what we did in 2020, because we had to immediately deal with the pandemic and we had to do something, was we created basically a form that people can email us, and we receive it as an email and we process it. So that's not what you get with e-filing. Typically what you get is an interface where you can answer questions, which is intended to be much more user-friendly. There are technical issues sometimes with our totally self-done email system that is not at the level of functionality that a fully designed e-court filing system would be. It is utilized by about 5% of survivors, so it's not that it's not utilized, and I think it was helpful to have during the pandemic. But you would get something additional, and it might get a higher utilization if it was a fully designed e-court system.
Follow up, please.
Follow up.
What I heard is who's going to pay. Isn't that really what I heard? Whether it's going to be through our budget process or the court's budget?
It is a large expense, and if it were mandated without funds, I am not certain how we would resolve that issue.
Thank you. See no further questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this bill who has not testified on this bill? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing on House Bill 1177, and we will take a 15-minute break. Thank you. I'm hereby opening the executive session on House Bill 1177. And I recognize Representative Harry Gathright to make a motion.
I motion to ITL HB 1177.
I'll second, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative Harry Gathright, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, sir. What we have today, from what I understand, we already have electronic filing. If someone chooses to go to, let's say, a designated location versus being at the state into the normal office. So with that said, I think we already have two ways of filing: electronically in a safe location, as well as going in and using paper. So I would say if the department chooses that they want to look at electronic filing only in their location, I believe that's something that should be worked out within that department, not necessarily come before us to make that decision for a department.
By department, you mean like the judiciary?
Yes.
Okay. Representative Rhodes, would you like to speak to your second?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I echo everything that Representative Harry Gathright said. I also just would like to mention that the opposition that it seems like we're all in agreement to is this is not a time to be taking away any options from a person that needs to have their voices heard, and whatever option that they have that they feel is best for them is what we need to make available to them, and making it easier, not more difficult by any means. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I would add that the sponsors seem to be open to the idea of making it maybe instead of a shall, but if it becomes a maybe, there's already a maybe available. So I'm not really entirely sure of the goal of the legislation. If it's to make a more efficient system to track statistics, to know what's going on, I think there's a better way to do that, that if they work with the judiciary in advance, that we could maybe come up with a more streamlined bill that has a clear goal versus something that we're really not entirely sure what it does if we change it. Further discussion? Seeing none, I ask the clerk to call the roll. Motion on the floor is an expedient to legislate.
Vice Chair Rhodes?
Yes.
Representative Pratt?
Yes. Yes.
Representative Sytek? Yes. Representative Prue?
Yes.
Representative Janvrin? Representative Mannion?
Yes.
Representative Reed?
Yes.
Representative Stone?
Yes.
Representative Tenzar?
Yes.
Representative Harry Gathright?
Yes.
Representative Muse?
Yes.
Representative Bolden?
Yes.
Representative Murphy?
Yes.
Representative Newman?
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Newell?
Yes.
Representative Selig?
Yes.
Representative Wheeler?
Yay.
Chairman Roy?
Chair votes yes.
18-0.
18-0 unanimous. Any objection to consent? Seeing none, will go on consent. I hereby close the executive session on House Bill 1177. Open the public hearing on House Bill 1214 and recognize the sponsor to introduce their bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Criminal Justice Committee. And I'm a little nervous. It's the first time I'm introducing my own bill. So to introduce myself, I am Representative Lauren Selig. I represent the town of Durham, New Hampshire, which is Stratford 10, and I'm one of our representatives. House Bill 1214 is a bill to create a study committee to look at best practices for the related to the development of a restorative justice model for misdemeanor level behavior and hate crimes committed by juveniles under the age of 18. And I know that essentially restates what a juvenile is, but just to be explicit. How this came about as an idea for me is over the summer, there was a surge in hate crimes around the Seacoast in particular. A lot of it was graffiti based, but there were a number of other somewhat more malicious crimes that were occurring in the area. And there was some indication that more of it was being caused by young people than others. There's also been, surge in my daughter's high school of people putting hateful symbols in bathrooms and other places. At the same time as that, I was reading about the Howard County, Maryland's teen court program, where they have a program where teens serve as the members of the court. They're supervised by adults, but they're teens who either themselves had brushes with the judicial system or where they have an interest in learning more about the judicial system. And they work together with teens who have committed an offense to identify a way for them to improve their behavior and make restoration to whomever they've harmed by their behavior. And in recognizing that putting more people in jail isn't going to stop people from having feelings and emotions and isn't going to necessarily help fix these things, I started thinking, well, what could we do to really take teens in particular and help them understand the severity of their actions before they end up in a long-term placement in a judicial system and maybe end up needing to be in the judicial system for the rest of their lives or in some way that impacts the rest of their lives. And so I spoke with members of the ACLU. I spoke with one of the attorneys at the Attorney General's office who works in their hate crimes division. And I spoke with people who work in restorative justice with youth models already. And there are some models that exist, but they're all adult-led. And they don't necessarily all end up being successful. The Howard County model has had a 94% success rate. Their recidivism, sorry, that word's been tripping me up, has been very, very low. Students have the young people who have ended up involved in their juvenile court system and their peer court system have had very few instances of reoffending. And so I started thinking there are all these different ways, and we do have some programs that are working in New Hampshire, but maybe need to be tweaked. And we also have programs that used to exist and don't any longer. So how could we bring together our partners to really take a look at what we have and make things better so that we can A, save money because putting people in jail is really expensive, B, break the cycle so that kids are not just not committing crimes, but also encouraging their peers not to commit them, and C, maybe if we have more kids who are invested in being involved in the judicial system as young people, maybe they'll learn much more and be contributing members of society in other ways. And so that's where my motivation for all of this came from.
Thank you. Would you, your bill seems to create a new commission. Or are you aware that you can task an existing commission with legislation to examine a new issue? So, for example, the Interbranch Commission that already has as its role, according to the information we received from our researcher, to look into these juvenile justice system issues. You could say the Interbranch Commission is hereby tasked with ABBBC and study it.
So I did not know that, but also I spoke to one of the people who works with that organization and with that commission, and she was very focused on the fact that they have adult model programs that are working on teen issues. And I asked her about the idea of having more of a teen focused, more peer related. And her response seemed to be less than enthusiastic about looking at it from a different lens. And so my thought was, well, if we can bring in partners to talk about it, maybe we can make the lens wider to look for better solutions.
I'm also on that commission, and I would welcome a new task because I don't think we've met. So I think that regardless of someone's interest in it or not, if they're tasked with looking at a certain issue and discussing and bringing in A, B, and C, then they have to. It's the law. So I just wanted to make you aware of that.
Okay.
Versus creating a whole new commission that will go on in perpetuity until whenever.
Yeah, this was to be a short-term study committee, but I would be more than open to modifying it to task them with that as well, or instead.
Any further questions? Representative Muse.
Just a quick question, and I'm not sure if you can answer this or the chair, but is this the same interbranch commission that we've also potentially tasked with trying to better understand pretrial diversion programs in the context of bail reform?
Yes, it is.
Oh, okay. Sounds like a lot of work. Thank you.
If they get the work we sent them, which is still tied up somewhere else. Further questions? Seeing none, thank you. And the chair recognizes.
I'm
Rep-
sorry, Mr. Chair, I'm
yes.
sorry. I did receive testimony from the ACLU in support. Their representative was here earlier, but had a commitment at this time and had to leave. So she's
have it.
distributed paper copies to everyone.
Thank you. We have it. The chair recognizes Representative Newell.
Thank you very much. For the record, my name is Representative Jody Newell, and I represent Cheshire 4 over in Keene. And I wanted to speak to this bill, particularly as the mother of 2 teenage boys. Just before my son was going into high school, there was a large concern in an increase in all kinds of behaviors, and some of them would fall under the behaviors that would be addressed in this situation. I've since learned about, obviously the issue has gotten better in the last 3 years. I've since learned also about a community, it is a restorative community model that has been used, and I feel like that is pretty similar to this one. Unfortunately, I didn't have the time, I did not reach out to the person who is leading that to bring them in time for them to come and speak to this, but hopefully we can get some testimony on that. What I was thinking is that that would be a wonderful person to be able to contribute to the conversation if we were indeed to come up with form this study committee. So I just wanted to speak to this as a mom of kids who sometimes do very silly things and things that may be interpreted in very negative ways as a manifestation of, what we have also seen as a mental health crisis. Suicidal ideation is up, substance use is up, and I feel very much that a lot of these concerning behaviors are also part of that same issue. And if we can come up with a better model to deal with that, and that actually addresses kind of behavior modification rather than criminalization or punitive approaches, I think that would be a very good thing.
Thank you. Questions? Seeing none, thank you. The chair recognizes Lynn Strakowski.
There we go. Hello, members of the committee. My name is Lynn Jakehouse, and I'm a co-founder of 603 Equality, and I strongly support this bill. While I am not an expert on restorative justice, I know that restorative justice is more productive in resolving community issues than punitive measures. Additionally, people must willingly participate in restorative justice practices for it to work, and the same restorative justice practices must apply to everyone to hold the entire community accountable. Restorative justice practices can include things like facilitation between offender and victim, peer mediation and conflict resolution circles, hosting dialogue circles, and student integration following suspension. For restorative justice to work, students must first trust the process, and if successful, it allows everyone within the community to be held accountable to each other, but that can only happen if people are not forced but participate willingly. In peer mediation circles, students who may get into a fight, for example, talk it out amongst each other in hopes of intervening before the issue becomes an even bigger problem. In dialogue circles, students sit in larger circular shape facing each other to check in with each other, settle disputes, or perhaps even hold academic interventions. After a student has done an offense, restorative justice can allow for integration through hosting circles with parents, school administrators, and the student to find a best path forward. It has also been proven to prevent students from falling into the school to prison pipeline, and teachers also benefit from restorative justice, as it has been proven to improve the behavior in the classroom dramatically. I've also had conversations with the Assistant New Hampshire Attorney General, who has stressed that they want to work to stem hate crimes and incidents committed by juveniles before they may grow into something more harmful. Additionally, I would encourage members of this committee through formal or informal means to work with the members of the study committee on the following questions. What are the origins of reported restorative justice, and what constitutes true reproductive justice? And who is a qualified restorative justice expert, facilitator, trainer, or consultant? In speaking with a parent of a high school student of color who is also a member of the LGBTQ community who experienced racial bullying and attempted to go through a restorative justice process, this parent stressed that they have often seen restorative justice so-called experts who don't know the origin of restorative justice traditions, who don't understand the intersectional nature of this work, and who don't have the background on systemic structures of oppression, who have traumatized students in restorative justice circles due to their own biases. Basically, some of these folks do not have the proper skills and background and end up doing more harm than good. Many of us are learning and growing each day how to do better, but I would hate to see a restorative justice program fail to serve the people who need it most because it is not structured in a way that fails to stem additional harms. So I would encourage folks to move forward with ensuring that the study committee works to have restorative justice experts, facilitators, trainers, and consultants who have lived experience, proper training and certifications, and a greater understanding of why hate crimes are so prevalent. I would urge the study committee to pay special attention to that. Thank you.
Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Anyone else wishing to testify in this bill who has not testified in this bill? Seeing none, I hereby close the public hearing. And I open the public hearing on House Bill 1344 and invite the sponsor to introduce the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members. I am here to introduce House Bill 1344 for the prime sponsor who is sick and cannot present it today. I submit to you today House Bill 1344 relative to criminalizing the enticement and manipulation of minors to engage in sexual activity. This bill will amend RSA 639-3 and add language to RSA 632-A:1 to bring the enticement of children to include not only online but in-person solicitation and make it a crime as well. I understand that determining the intent is a challenge, but there has been extensive studies to determine the outline of universally accepted model for the 5 stages of the process as published in a book by George Winter, 2022. Federal statute might appear to be discussing sex trafficking, yet case law determined that travel is not required if the minor is induced, enticed, or coerced into sexual activity. This might lead to prosecution without actual state legislation. In addition to the federal statute, there are 42 U.S. states that have developed an anti-solicitation legislation, but unfortunately, many, including New Hampshire, specify that the enticement must involve the use of electronic devices, computer, internet, or text messaging, meaning the law may not encompass in-person sexual manipulation. This type of behavior has been going on since the beginning of time, and it is never too late to step up to protect children and make sure that our legislation addresses this behavior fully and from every angle. These laws must be used as a tool to prevent child sexual abuse. Legislation preventing pre-abuse behaviors, such as sexual enticement, can stop the action prior to the actual abuse. Going forth, sexual enticement, both in person and online, regardless of whether it results in a contact offense or the transmission of sexual abuse material, needs to be made into a crime unto itself to achieve this. Legislation needs to be clear and consistent across jurisdictions and based upon current research. I offer this legislation as an additional step in the right direction for the welfare of our children. I offer chapters 16 and 17 of Ms. Winter's books as well for your use. Thank you.
Thank you. As a co-sponsor, are you pretty familiar with the drafting of this and the history, or no?
Actually, I'm not a co-sponsor. I was asked to present it.
Okay.
But
Are there anyone here that's a co-sponsor of this bill? Okay, thank you. All right. I was going to ask if anyone knew if anyone consulted with the county attorney or the attorney general's office as to the enforceability of it, but
I can actually text the prime sponsor and find that out for you.
okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Since you're not a sponsor and can't really answer any questions, I guess that'd be it. Thank you for your okay,
for
we can
you,
try.
Ash.
Oh, all right.
Well, I just wanted to say that Mannion pointed out to me actually that well, just because he won't speak up for himself, that's we're in this dark corner over here. I don't know. So, but the judicial branch, Judicial Council, Department of Justice, Department of Corrections, and the Association of Counties were contacted and that's on the fiscal note there.
Yeah, but that's with regard to what it would cost them, not their opinion onto, I don't think, onto whether or not it's a constitutional or.
Well, they would be here.
I would hope, yeah, but that's not always the case. All right, thank you. With that, I'll close the public hearing on House Bill 1344.
Was there anybody else that wanted to testify on?
No. Oh, was there anyone else wishing to testify? I don't have any cards. Oh. If you could, when you're finished, get a card, please, so we know that you're testifying. We need to keep people's, we need to know who's testifying.
Good afternoon. My name is Eric Kinsman. I'm a lieutenant with the Portsmouth Police Department and the current commander for the New Hampshire Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force. Over the last few years, sextortion cases across the country, including here in New Hampshire, have tripled. Over the past year alone, law enforcement agencies in the United States have received over 7,000 reports related to online sextortion of minors. These are cases where a person, through deception on social media sites or in person, uses a sexually explicit photo or video sent to them by another person to extort them out of money or more photos or videos. The perpetrator threatens to reveal that photo or video to people the victim.
Sir,
yes, sir.
are you wishing to testify on House Bill 1344 or House Bill 1500 or?
I'm here for 1344 currently.
Okay, all right, I'm sorry. I just saw the next one had false and misleading videos, so I thought that was a continue. Pardon my.
But I'll be here for that one too. Yeah, yeah. So sorry, you're stuck with me. Sorry. So no problem. The perpetrator threatens to reveal that photo or video to people the victim cares about, and if they don't comply with their demands, and when left with that choice, the victims are faced with an extremely difficult and embarrassing decision. Ultimately, it causes mental welfare concerns. In some cases, has led to victim suicide. Expanding the language in RSA 639:3 to what is proposed in House Bill 1344 will allow ICAC investigators to have a broader opportunity to charge individuals with sextortion-related crimes and thus have a direct impact on keeping children of New Hampshire safe. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Have you had an opportunity to review this legislation with one of the county attorneys? And if so, have they given you any kind of opinion on whether they thought it was worded correctly?
Not directly, no. My testimony is coming just purely with how we currently charge these crimes. Whenever we have a sextortion-related crime, we currently charge them under the 649 statute. There's certain uses of computer services, but as was stated before, sextortion-related crimes have becoming, basically, unfortunately, these perpetrators are becoming very, very good at their tradecraft, and they've expanded their ability to perpetuate these crimes. So if we had a sextortion-related crime that sort of falls outside of it being done through a computer, then it sort of handcuffs us, if you excuse the pun, with being able to, charge someone like this. Expanding the language in an environment where these crimes are being perpetrated in newly creative ways, expanding this language will give us a better opportunity to charge individuals in the future.
Thank you. And I have full understanding how difficult it is to bring one of those cases, which is why I always want to make sure that the law as written would enable the prosecution to actually take the work you've done and apply it in the court. Right. So I'll follow up with them. Thank you. I appreciate it. Any questions for the detective? Representative Salig, and then.
Thank you. And thank you for taking my question. In reading the bill, it talks about prosecuting any person who engages someone under the age of 16 with with these acts. Mm-hmm. And I'm just trying to make sure that I fully understand, because it's not my area of expertise. If you had two 15-year-olds engaging in mutual consent, would they then both be subject to prosecution if they're having mutually consensual touch of the nature described in this?
Yeah, because they'd be under the age of 50. They would be under the age of 16. So if we had you had two 15-year-olds, you could. I can tell you that from experience that we typically do not. We had over 2,000 cases in 2022 alone, or 2023 alone. And, those were some pretty serious cases. Whenever we have cases that involve juveniles, there's a whole nother, set of rules that we have to play by. So.
Thank you.
Yep.
Representative Newman.
I'm going to pass. I was just going to ask how would it improve the bill, and I think he's explained that. Thank you.
Representative Sitek.
I can't believe this. You had 2,000 sextortion cases in Portsmouth in a year?
No, sir. Not 2,000 sextortion cases. So without kind of going off on a tangent, ICAC receives its cases through they're called cyber tips from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. So we received over 2,000 cyber tips last year. Those cyber tips include sextortion cases as well. There's a whole litany of cases that they're included, but sextortion cases are lumped into that number.
Generally, they're all cases that involve abuse of children, be it sexually or otherwise.
Any alleged child sexual abuse material crime that is occurring over the internet.
Thank you. And what jurisdiction does ITAC cover?
So the entire state.
Okay.
There are 61 ICAC task forces across the country. Every state has its own. Some states have more than one just based on their size, but New Hampshire is its own entity. So those cases that are coming with any IP address resolving inside the state comes to New Hampshire ICAC.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Could you please pull out one of those pink cards so we know how to get in touch with you if we want to afterwards?
Absolutely.
I
Yep.
appreciate it. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this bill? Seeing none, now I close the public hearing, and I mean it this time. With that, I open the public hearing on House Bill 1500 and invite the sponsor to introduce the bill. Do you know who it is? Oh, she said she had to go. Yeah. Oh, she had those kids with her. Maybe she still does. She's probably right back. We're going to take a 10-minute break. Hopefully the sponsor will come back. I'm assuming she intends to come back. So we're just going to take 10 minutes and we'll start up again. Yeah, that was a commercial.
Good to see you again.
Reopening the public hearing, and I invite the sponsor to introduce the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, honorable members of the committee. I apologize for you having to take a recess, but I had to go get the amendment, which I thought was over at OLS, but actually was up on the 4th floor. So if I look thinner, that's why. Okay. I'm here to introduce House Bill 1500. Though House Bill 1500 is not perfect, it is a step into unfamiliar territory that needs some definitions and penalties in place regarding synthetic material, synthetic media, its misuse and effect on individuals and their privacy. AI is a digital frontier. Security experts describe it as a serious potential threat where state lawmakers could play a vital role by adopting safeguard legislation that could be used as models for federal laws. In 2023, nearly 200 AI-related bills were introduced in 31 state legislatures, with New York, New Jersey, Illinois, and California leading the way, many related to privacy issues. I believe the relevance of HB 1500 became obviously apparent this Monday when WMUR-TV reported that the New Hampshire Attorney General's office had handled numerous calls complaining about an artificially generated robocall of President Joe Biden's voice, telling voters their vote would not count on primary day, but will count in November. This was viewed as an unlawful attempt by a political committee to disrupt the election. The AG's office is now looking at it as a possible case of voter suppression. Geoffrey Hinton, who is the British-Canadian computer scientist, and he's also a cognitive psychologist who's been deemed the godfather of AI, he worried about the potential of AI to do harm. So we can always amend legislation, but it's difficult for people to ameliorate their lives when they have no laws to reference, no defined recourse or penalties to utilize to help them gain back their lives. So thank you for your attention and your consideration.
Thank you. Could you just give us a brief rundown in your estimation what this bill will do?
Okay, what it does is if synthetic media is going to be utilized, whether it's in the political arena or, just on the internet or whatever, that it has to be, first of all, the person who is involved. Say it's a disgruntled boyfriend with his ex, and he puts on the media something negative, either with her picture or her saying something, that he can't do that unless he has her consent. That's just, for the general public. Another piece of it is, if you're going to be using AI, you have to note, if it's a video or whatever, that AI is being used in this form, so that the person who is viewing it knows that AI has some factor in what you are viewing. The other thing is, with the election piece of it, as we so vividly found out on Monday, it's happening right here. So the feds are looking to the states to be the ones to move the bar here. And of course, we could always be behind the bar because AI is so far ahead of us. But at least it's a step so that if somebody finds themselves a victim of AI, as far as media, whatever, then they at least know there is some recourse.
With regard to personal individuals, would this encompass,
I'm sorry.
for example, we're hearing a lot about people taking someone's head and putting it on a nude body and portraying that as that person, or any other number of false portrayals of people where they've been manipulated by AI?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Thank you. Representative Rhodes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could you explain how this would be able to be enforced with commerce if a person lives in a different state and especially with social media? Because it sounded like you had mentioned that a lot, and I'm just curious how we would enforce that.
So you're asking if it had to do with somebody in another state as the perpetrator or the victim?
Perpetrator, I would be good to start.
I think this is more designed for the victim, as far as they have a recourse of what they can do. A person that has the ability to utilize another person's image, it would be called, if they are convicted, it would be a Class A misdemeanor, which would be up to 12 months in jail or up to $2,000 fine.
Thank you. Further questions? Seeing, Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Do you have any concerns about potential free speech violations, considering there's no exception for irony or sarcasm in this bill, and also potentially an overly broad definition with this amendment on computer editing of photographs? Almost anything that's going to be put online would be edited on a computer.
As far as the concern goes, I think that the free speech has more to do with, are you talking about specifically free speech, or are you talking about the image?
Both, but if you want to address the free speech concern first.
Well, again, if the AI was being used, it would have to be noted somewhere visibly or audibly. So therefore, that part of it would be notified first for the people that were viewing it.
Thank you. I guess, even if it's noted, it said it would still need to be done with the consent of the person.
Right.
Okay. And then with the editing images part, with the definition as you expanded it in the amendment.
I have someone who will be speaking to the amendment, so
Okay,
you can
thank
ask
you.
them. Okay.
Representative Mannion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I know people who make memes, especially political ones. They post on Twitter and whatnot. If I were to reshare that without knowing that they don't have consent of the person, would I now be in violation of this law?
That's a good question, and I think it would have to do with intent.
I intentionally retweeted it or reshared it, not
Okay.
knowing, but I intentionally
I
distributed
think
it.
the question of intent was your intent to share an edited false image, knowing that it wasn't
Right.
legally obtained or created, perhaps?
Right, but I would know that. I guess my question, if I can clarify it, is a lot of these memes are clearly of a different body with a political candidate's face on it with something funny said on top or bottom. I clearly know it's not that person's body. It's a cartoon or whatever. And I reshare that online. Would I now be in violation of this law if it were to pass?
Again, I don't know. It would have to do with intent, I believe.
Thank you.
Representative Muse.
Your bill is very broad, and it doesn't appear to identify distribution. So, one of the questions that I have is, would a party involved in the wider distribution of this media also be guilty of a crime? So, for example, if WMUR winds up running an advertisement that uses synthetic media improperly, but that information isn't disclosed to WMUR, would WMUR also be subject to a penalty?
That's a very good question, and to be honest with you, I hadn't factored that in, so that may be something that needs to be worked on.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Under Section 5, Item 2, can you give me an example of what you envision that would be an example of that would be enforced?
Section 5.
Item 2, Section 2.
Okay.
Yeah. Where a person is convicted of an election-related misleading synthetic media based on a complaint that alleges that the actor distributed the election-related misleading synthetic media with a further purpose to provoke violence.
I'll be very honest with you. I have someone here can speak to that better.
I'd be willing to hear.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, thank you for introducing the
Thank
bill.
you.
And with that, I call Representative Thomas Corman.
Thank you, Chairman Roy. I'm Representative Tom Corman from Grafton 15, which is Ward 3 of the City of Lebanon. I have been in computer science for literally 50 years. I started in 1974. I have computer science degrees from Princeton and MIT. I was a professor of computer science at Dartmouth for 29 and a half years. My research is not in artificial intelligence, it never was, but as a practicing computer scientist and somebody who had to keep track of the broad field, I certainly kept track of what was going on in artificial intelligence for at least the last 40 years. I've seen the amazing progress that AI has made. 40 years ago, AI seemed dead in the water. People were making fun of neural nets. And then a few years ago, things changed. Neural nets became quite capable as people realized how to construct them, and we're seeing the results now in AI. I always hesitate to use the term exponential because I'm a quantitative person and I know what exponential means, but it seems like we are having literally exponential growth in AI. What we have now is a situation where it's so easy to create deep fakes. It would not be hard to create a video of Chairman Roy talking about how much he admires Bernie Sanders.
Actually, that video actually exists.
Okay. Well, so I'm very concerned about what misuse of AI can happen. And it's only going to get worse, right? I mean, we think of what we have now, it's continuing and it's only going to get worse. The potential for abuse, it's just going to increase. This bill, I think, actually has some of the guardrails that some of the committee members were just asking about. So, for example, somebody just asked about what if somebody produced a deepfake video, a malicious deepfake video, and WMUR ran it. Well, if you look at line 13 of page 1 of the bill, with the intent of misleading others about the acts of the identifiable person. Presumably, WMUR is not intending to be misleading or trying to defame anyone. They're just running the video. So I think that broadly, this bill is in the right place. There might be some changes you might want to make to it to narrow the scope of the bill, but I do believe it's really in the right place here, trying to guard against a lot of the abuse that we're going to see. And of course, as the sponsor pointed out, and as you all know, it hit New Hampshire 2 days ago. And with that, I'm happy to take questions.
Representative Selig.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry. I just am trying to wrap my head around all the different components of this bill. So I have a kiddo who takes photos at sporting events at school and then uses various software editing programs to improve those photos before very deliberately distributing them both to members of the team and to social media on behalf of the various teams. And it feels like that would be at risk within this statute, given the broadness of the language, right? Because she's deliberately using software programming that has an artificial ability to edit the photos. And so I'm trying to understand how that plays out into this. Maybe you could help me understand myself better.
Sure. Thank you, Representative Selig. Well, one thing is that the bill specifically says through the use of artificial intelligence algorithms. And many of the algorithms that you would see in video or especially just image editing software are not necessarily would be classified as AI algorithms. So there's that. And then just in terms of misleading others about the acts of the identifiable person, I think there it depends on what your child intends to do, right? So if your child's trying to show one of their teammates chopping off the head of somebody on the other team, yeah, that would probably be a bad thing to do. But if they're just trying to show that the person was doing something, good, then I don't think that would be a problem.
Further questions? Representative Muse?
I know you're a computer science expert and not a First Amendment expert. But one of the things I'd like to ask you about is, do you think that there are appropriate uses of this technology, and specifically when it comes to the ability to change somebody's facial appearance so they appear to be somebody else? And I'm thinking specifically of things like parody.
I'm sorry, like what?
Like parody.
Oh, parody, yeah. I think if there's one thing missing from this bill, it's specifically stated intent that there should be something malicious or defamatory behind it. I actually have a bill in ED&A that would limit what state agencies can do with AI. And there it specifically says malicious or defamatory. So that might be something that the committee might wish to amend the bill to include. I can certainly imagine good uses of deepfakes. And when I was thinking about the bill that I did submit, I was thinking, an obvious deep fake would be, Abe Lincoln talking about forest fires, right? It would be possible to do that. And I don't think anybody would say, oh, this is just a horrible thing to do. Abe Lincoln would never talk about forest fires. And also there was never video taken of Abe Lincoln. Yeah, I think we all get that.
Further questions? Representative Newman?
Yeah, I just have a quick question about line 11 that says, without displaying they'd be guilty without displaying a conspicuous notice within the synthetic media, identifying it as synthetic media. So if I was creating this media and without the consent of the individual that was involved, but on all my media, I put a little comment down that says synthetic media, would I then be okay with this bill as you read it?
So my answer to that is that as long as the synthetic media really is clearly labeled as such, if a video says this was produced by AI or something similar to that, if an image said that, if the robocalls that came in 2 days ago actually said this is a reconstruction of President Biden, as long as the person who is viewing or hearing or experiencing the media understands that it was produced by AI, then if they're deceived, it's on them.
Thank you.
Thank you. I would just remind the committee as witnesses come up, we do have one of the county attorneys who's going to testify at the end. Try and save your legal questions for them if you can. Representative Bolden.
Thanks for taking my question. As I'm looking at the bill language and listening to the testimony, I'm reminded of a couple things. I remember when we have in the past tried to deal with robocalling from a technical perspective, from a legal perspective, and particularly the issue of like spoofing a phone number, that some of the drawbacks to banning spoofing phone numbers was that if there was a cause for spoofing a number, like a reasonable purpose, like calling out from, maybe you're working from home, you're a nurse, you need to call a patient to reschedule something, but it's COVID or it's snowed, so you're working from home, you want to be able to spoof the number to call from the office so that you're not giving out your personal number. And I'm also reminded of like those commercials on the radio for car dealerships where it's definitely like people mocking the voices of notable people, presidents. So my question is, in those situations, thinking about how there may be useful reasons to mislead people and how there may be beneficial ways for businesses to mislead people, and considering that we already require a paid for by disclaimer and we can already prosecute people who mislead the public about election law, considering how they're investigating this, how does this legislation as it's worded play into all of those situations? Are we going to limit, not that I would mind never hearing one of those car commercials again, but how would it affect that in your opinion?
Thank you. In terms of spoofing phone numbers, I don't see that as germane to this particular bill. I see that as not really about synthetic media. So I wouldn't view that
I think
as
she was
germane.
just using that as an example of how technology can be used.
Yeah, but just in terms of that specific question, I don't think it's germane to this particular bill. Yeah, so I don't know which car commercials. I haven't heard any car commercials with spoofs of famous voices or anything like that. I think what I would say there is that, yeah, they probably should be saying that it's not the actual person, just to be very clear about it. Unless it's just, I think, really, really obvious that it couldn't be the actual person. For example, if they had, if there was a car commercial with somebody doing an imitation of John F. Kennedy, our president, the former president, that John F. Kennedy, advertising for a Chevy Tahoe, I think we all know that that's not really JFK advertising for a Chevy Tahoe. But I would say, you know, in my opinion, and it's just my opinion, if there's any doubt as to whether this is really the person saying it, it should be clear.
Seeing no further questions, thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Representative Jonah Wheeler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. It's a little scary being on this side of the dais, I'd have to say. It's a little bit different. But I just have to affirm my support for Representative Massimilla's bill. I'm very concerned with the rise of artificial intelligence in our world today. I think, as you know, we've gotten to talk about when it comes to should we allow kids and civilian, not kids, but civilians to be able to own these weapons and the military drone capabilities that artificial intelligent operating systems open up for our world. But I think another big concern with artificial intelligence is the ability that it has to mislead the public and misrepresentations of famous politicians, famous people, different events. I mean, the possibilities are kind of endless with artificial intelligence and what it can be used for in this way. And I think that's a concerning thing. So I think, as Representative Massimilla said, you can't necessarily, and it was brought up in the last AI hearing that we had too in regards to weapons, addressing this is going to be a hard thing for the legislature to do when the technology is growing at such a fast rate. The acceleration of the rate of production and how much research goes into it and the capabilities of the technology doubles like every 4 months or something like that. It's a hard rate to keep up with. But I think instead of not addressing it at all, it's more incumbent on us to treat AI as the hare and us as the tortoise, where, you know, yes, the hare might be, you know, significantly farther ahead of us, but we need to still be walking and dealing with these issues as much as we can. because of the serious effects that they can have. I mean, with the robocall, thankfully, didn't result in all these people not voting for the write-in campaign. Although, as someone who didn't support the write-in campaign, maybe that wouldn't have been such a bad thing. But I think it is concerning if we ever have an event in which, if we're talking about the presidential campaign next year, someone can blast out onto social media some video of President Biden or President Trump saying something completely ridiculous, but not so ridiculous that it's unbelievable. And then a sector of the population of the electorate that's just scrolling through on Facebook sees this video. It's 30 seconds long, and it's telling them, don't vote. The election's actually on Wednesday. We changed it to Wednesday. There's going to be a significant chunk of people, unfortunately, that make the decision to vote on Wednesday. And then we did see this in 2016. There were people who were texted and said, hey, you can vote via text. And those people voted via text, and their vote didn't count. And that's not artificial intelligence. That's just how people use media and different narratives to mislead the public. So giving people this tool now, artificial intelligence, the powers that be have this tool now, and it's going to be used in some very significant ways in the electoral process and in business and all these other things. And I think there are valid concerns for free speech, but I think there also should be a concern for the basic fundamental foundation of the truth, where we can't have an election, we can't have a free and fair election, we can't have a free and fair process or deliberative process if there's not some baseline of truth that we can be able to operate from. And I think the danger with AI is it threatens the very sanctity of that foundation of truth, which is already very fragile right now, I think, in this moment in this country. And the more that there are these synthetic audio, video platforms out there that people can create things that totally mislead the population, then I think that the more we risk losing that basic foundation of truth to be able to then have these conversations. So I'm a respecter of free speech. I want to protect the First Amendment, but I also want to make sure that we can have those discussions so the First Amendment means something. And then the final thing I'd say is, to Representative Bolden's point, to answer your question, I have seen those presidential commercials. I know, the President's Day commercial where they try to get Lincoln to sell you a Chevy or something like that. I've seen that. But I would agree with Representative Corman that I don't think that really falls under artificial intelligence or any of the other, I don't think it's necessarily germane to what we're discussing here, because we're talking about artificial intelligence, and that very specifically, even when Representative Muse brought up in his testimony related to his bill, the example of someone being able to use the Face app that you were using when you were in business. Those are that's not necessarily what we're discussing here. We're talking about sort of legitimately artificial intelligent algorithms that will be able to manipulate voice, audio in significant enough ways to mislead the public. So I'll end with that. I believe that we should support this legislation and make sure we can address the technology as much we can, even if it means that we're the tortoise to the hare.
Thank you, Representative. And I don't think that Aesop's fables are brought up enough in this committee. So
Right,
thank you.
you
for
know,
that.
exactly,
I appreciate
yeah.
it. I may be the only one who read it this way, but I think Representative Bolden was trying to just show that as an example of technologies we've had to deal with going along. Not that she's concerned about presidential commercials, but to the point, this bill would address people using AI to create voices, which it can currently do, so that it is somewhat germane in that if you created a commercial with someone's voice endorsing a product, do you think that that would be covered under this?
If it was created using an artificial intelligent platform, and I think that would be valid. I think if you created an advertisement, even if it was with someone who has since passed, I think it would be valid to say this is an advertisement that's used doing artificial intelligence with whatever the wording would be on that. Because I think the example that Representative Bolden uses, it's pretty obvious that they're not. It's an impersonator. It's someone going, I'm Abraham Lincoln, and
The
I'm
Arnold
saying
Schwarzenegger one is very good, actually.
Exactly, right. And so the algorithms, the danger with them are they're so perfect, and it's not distinguishable from reality. But the parodies, the misleading nature of doing an advertisement for a business, those are definitely observable, especially to the regular layperson. But to the layperson, unfortunately, the AI algorithms are not. So that would be my answer to that.
Thank you. Any further questions for the representative? Keeping in mind that we will be discussing this in executive session.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Chair calls Representative Eric Gallagher.
Hi, I'm Eric Gallagher, representing Merrimack County District 20, which is Concord Ward 6. I'm a co-sponsor of this bill, testifying in favor of it, and also with an amendment that I'm handing around, just some additional language that I had proposed that got lost in the shuffle of the drafting process. So basically, some of my top issues are software freedom and open source advocacy. So my amendment is basically intended to introduce some elements of that into the bill. I think it actually addresses a lot of the concerns that people were asking about previously. So it basically adds a criteria about disclosure of the source code and training data to the definition of synthetic media. In the case of the question about, how do we tell the difference between an AI algorithm versus like just one of your previous pre-AI hype type algorithms that get used in, say, Photoshop or whatever, which had actually been considered AI too as well in previous waves of AI, but I don't think they're what is part of the intent here. But anyways, the way you tell the difference there would be is if there's a question about it, if there's a court hearing, then you would take a look at the source code, have an expert look at it, testify as to whether the algorithms involved count as artificial intelligence ones, and then make your decisions from that. And then also having to do with intent. One of the previous witnesses was saying, I think there could be, and that there could be an intent portion added. I think looking at the source code of software is a good way to figure out what exactly the programmer's intent was when creating it. So I think that would be an additional helpful tool for figuring out what might qualify under this legislation or not. I'll take a few questions, but I have to be out of here in a few minutes, so let's keep it quick.
We'll keep that in mind. Any questions? No questions? That's how quick we are. Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Lieutenant Eric Kinsman.
See, I told you couldn't get rid of me. Good afternoon. I know I was just here earlier for a previous bill, but for the record, for the purposes of this proposal, my name is Eric Kinsman. I'm a lieutenant with the Portsmouth Police Department and the current commander of the New Hampshire Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force. So first of all, just for the record, Representative Massimilla had reached out to me with some looking for some input because there was some overlap with regard to some of the statutes that we use when we're talking about the dissemination of non-consensual sexual images, for example, or the distribution of child sexual abuse material. So I thought it was important for me to say for the record that, while I do admit that there seemingly is some editing and some adjusting that needs to be done with this proposal, that in its theory, I do support it. And that I am here to speak in favor of House Bill 1500. And again, just to clarify any potential confusion that may arise as it relates to ICAC-related investigations, I can tell you that while in some regards we don't necessarily have a position on this bill, I can tell you that it will not impact our ability to prosecute ICAC-related crimes, because we simply use other statutes when we're talking about the dissemination or the potential dissemination of synthetic media or artificial intelligence media. We actually have another bill that we had proposed and written, so it would allow us to be able to cover AI-generated material. But I will say that based on the intelligent questions that were brought by the committee earlier with previous testimony, that I agree with you that there does seem to be some work done with this, and that, I'll certainly offer my 2 cents, but I just thought it was important to make a note that it won't affect ICAC-related investigations at all.
Thank you. Questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony, and we'll be in touch.
Thank you.
Scott Spalding?
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Scott Spradling. I am a representative of the New Hampshire Association of Broadcasters here in New Hampshire, which includes as our client list WMUR-TV, the radio stations, New Hampshire Public Radio. We are a nonprofit association who are essentially working along with broadcasters to help add voice to conversations like this very important one. Like law enforcement allies, like all of you who are watching this issue and seeing things like the headlines from what happened with this call from allegedly Joe Biden and the potential around artificial intelligence in the broadcast community, there are increasing concerns, and in some cases grave concerns, about having to filter and police this system. It's increasingly difficult. And where we are with this particular proposal is simply this. We are very glad to hear that this conversation is going on here at the state level, and it's also happening at the federal level, and I can share a couple of thoughts about that. Where we have concern is in the language and elements of the bill where it seems to focus more on the distributors and distribution than it does on the creators. I think if there is any general guidance that broadcasters would want to share with you as you have this important conversation, and we certainly encourage you to have it, it's that precision matters. You know, we can joke about and talk about what's the definition of art, and you know it when you see it. That's not this. The speed of AI is moving so much quicker than even the broadcaster's ability to try and keep up with it. As you all know, the technology is becoming so sophisticated, it's really difficult from time to time to know the difference. So Representative Muse asking the question about if MUR unwittingly put something out there that in fact was an AI deep fake, and this bill was law, by our reading of it, we would be liable for that. And this is increasingly difficult. And let me give you one just super brief example. Broadcast newsrooms are spending an increasing amount of time and resources to vet stories and footage, verifying sources to ensure they continue to deliver trusted information. For example, after the terrorist attacks on Israel in October of 2023, fake photos and videos reached an unprecedented level on social media in a matter of minutes. Of the thousands and thousands of videos that one broadcast network sifted through to report on the attacks, they were only able to verify roughly 10%. Now that's a broadcast network using a great deal of resources, literally in the fog of a war, to try to figure out what's real and what's not. So to your point, the odds are not in the favor of people in the public to try to keep up with and discern really sophisticated AI. But our message is that, very simply, precision and definition matters. So in this conversation, the idea of a conspicuous identification of what is AI It's going to need to be more than something that's conspicuous. The AI algorithm may make sense to a lot of people who are experts in the field, but to everyday users of media, they may not know the difference. There is a lot of education and definition that would have to go along with a conversation like this. The idea of intent, one person's intent versus another, could be very difficult to discern. And when you're putting punishments in for wrongdoing, intent matters. And again, from the broadcasting perspective, if we are unable to tell the difference and it takes time afterwards when the horses left the proverbial barn, we have real concerns about being liable for things that which we didn't know until potentially after the fact. And of course, again, just to reinforce the idea that this bill seems to be focusing on distribution and not necessarily really focusing on identifying and possibly penalizing the creators of this content. I think that's where the focus needs to be. So from the broadcaster's perspective, we appreciate you having this conversation. It's really important, and it's important at the federal level too, because I think we need a level playing field nationwide, especially since this is the kind of material that doesn't respect state lines and state borders. We're going to be dealing with a lot of out-of-state entities, which makes this even more complicated. So to that extent, we just have concerns about how this is set up, and we would appreciate your understanding when it comes to definitions around distribution. Thank you.
Questions? Representative Muse.
Recognizing that the bill isn't perfect, as the sponsor admitted in the first line of her testimony, one thing I am curious about is what responsibility you think broadcasters have when it comes to disclosing material that's potentially AI generated, especially things like election ads, where the integrity of our election process and our primary process in particular is so important to so many people.
You bet. So there are rules at the moment that don't yet account for artificial intelligence related technology that are the rules to be followed. I think you use some examples of, historic figures like Abraham Lincoln, who've obviously passed, and you can spoof and everyone sort of knows that that's not the real deal. We're now drifting very quickly into a place where the leading candidates for president, the incumbent and the lead challenger, could very easily be taken advantage of through AI technology to create speeches and or images that were never new and are incredibly difficult to discern. Representative Muse, to answer your question directly, it's really hard to answer it because we don't necessarily have equal access throughout broadcast media, especially at the local level, to the kind of technology that's necessary to filter out what's real and what isn't. The example that I gave before was a national network that has more intense resources to be able to discern that kind of thing versus a local newsroom that might see things on social media, and if they can't verify it, then their rule is they can't use it. So it's an area of gray that I think should also be discussed as part of this bill around who has the responsibility. I can tell you that broadcasters take this task very seriously, and especially from a local level. My friends at WMUR TV sift through the social media that we all sift through to sometimes see audio and video of events and things that could be of a newsworthy and noteworthy level that they would then share on TV. They do their best to reach out to the person that put that out there to verify. So there are steps that are taken, but the technology is now advancing past an easy ability to discern whether or not it's even real, much less who put it out there. So it's a challenging conversation because I think most of us want the free exchange of information. And what we want to do is hold the bad actors responsible, those who want to use this technology to influence opinions and actions to their control. And that's where that focus needs to be. So I think there are steps that are taken. We can be a part of that conversation, but it's a little bit gray because there's no hard and fast rule of law.
So about a year or so ago, there was an ad that ran on WMUR, and it showed Joe Biden walking around in some sort of post-apocalyptic, landscape. Obviously, it wasn't Joe Biden.
Mm-hmm.
It was obviously generated by AI. It gave a misleading impression, and I'm curious. Would we? Or would you, how would you suggest broadcasters approach an ad they receive like that today? Obviously, this was all very new a year or so ago, but knowing what you know now and having had some of these conversations around standards and what you should and shouldn't run, what are the processes that you think stations like WMUR should have in place when it comes to a decision about whether or not to allow an ad like that to be run?
Sure. And I think where that comes down is there are federal laws that stations and broadcasters have to follow. And so the example that you're using is along the lines of something that is pretty easily identified by broad audiences as a spoof, that the ad in question that you're talking about, if it looks like he's stumbling around in some alternate reality and it's very clear that that's not like real video captured by of Joe Biden doing something like that, it sort of passes a basic common understanding type of test. That is essentially what the barometer is around broadcasting nowadays. And I think the challenge that we all face is that this technology that we are talking about poses a very real threat to what could be a very obvious line between spoofing and something that's clearly not real, to using technology that makes it very much look like Joe Biden was on the phone with Vladimir Putin saying this exact same quote, "Holy cow, this is terrible." So that is the kind of challenge that I think we're all facing. And so for broadcasters, obviously they want to maximize the flexibility and freedoms to be able to use the different broadcast medium and content that's out there. But we definitely need to figure out how to best identify and timestamp and permanently stamp those things that are created by AI so that we have a fighting chance. And I think that's where the focus needs to be, is around the creation of this content and not specifically around the distribution, which is what this bill does. I hope that helps.
Representative Newell.
Thank you. And thank you for taking my question. So is your assertion, because it does seem like in this bill there are some guardrails because it's around intent, right? And that might be a little fuzzy to flesh out, but is your assertion that that's not sufficient to protecting broadcasters against liability for unknowingly?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, that is from a legal liability perspective, I think that's nowhere near sufficient. And I think that the focus of this conversation and this bill really should start with those who are creating this content in the first place. And one of the challenges that this committee faces, that I think we all face, is that we're all connected globally, and that the content that could be creating problems for all of us in this room may very well be coming from places where we can't even reach to them. It just creates complications. And to your point, it's not like, so don't have the conversation. We support this and we want to be a part of the conversation. But yes, we do worry about the way this bill is written. It puts the broadcasters squarely in the crosshairs of liability.
Thank you.
Representative Sitek.
Hi.
Hello, sir.
Early in your remarks, you said that the federal government might be doing something about this, and you did not elaborate on that. Should we maybe wait to see what the feds do, because they may just sweep all this aside?
So they could. I would never advise the great people of the state of New Hampshire to wait for Washington for much of anything. So with that said, what I would hope is that we could raise some awareness to conversations that are ongoing. I do believe that there have been numerous U.S. Senate hearings in their communications committees, as well as absolutely ongoing conversation around trying to figure out policy through the Federal Communications Commission, the FCC, that oversees all broadcasting of radio and television, to try to figure out how to begin tackling this. There are hearings going on, but that I'm aware of, there has not been anything that has been developed that would focus on the kind of conversation we're having here today.
See no further questions. Thank you. The chair recognizes Attorney Enders.
Good afternoon. My name is Stephen Enders. I'm an assistant county attorney in Merrimack County. With me is Attorney Halverson, who's the Merrimack County attorney. Both of us have been prosecutors for over 20 years. I don't necessarily support or oppose this bill. I just think there's a couple things that are worth pointing out or discussing. The definition section, when it talks about synthetic media, is specific about media that is created or modified through the use of artificial intelligence algorithms. That, I think, would be a very difficult thing to prove in court. When we're talking about, we had a bill last week, House Bill 1319, that talked about synthetic images that had a much broader definition, which would include things that were done without the use of artificial intelligence. When we're talking about the robocall, the recent robocall of President Biden, it strikes me that there's three possible ways that something like that is created. The first one, obviously, is artificial intelligence. The second way that call could be created is if you have someone who's really, really good at doing impressions of Joe Biden, who sits down and records that call. And the third way you could do it is there's enough video of Joe Biden saying probably almost every word in the English language at this point, that if you sat down and took a lot of time and cut and paste and stitched all that together, you could probably come up with a pretty convincing Joe Biden phone call. It would be difficult as a prosecutor to prove sort of which one of those three methods resulted in that phone call being created. I understand if we had the source code of that call that we might be able to do that, but presumably as a prosecutor, I'm not going to end up having the source code of that call. I'm going to have a recording of it. And that recording isn't going to tell me anything about how it was created, which under this current definition, I would have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt in court that artificial intelligence algorithms were used. And I think that becomes a difficult hurdle to overcome. The other thing that I would suggest is paragraph 2 and then paragraph 3. Paragraph 3 talks about elections. We already have, this bill is slated to be under 638.26, which is the identity fraud section of the criminal code. I would suggest potentially taking paragraph 3 and making that a separate statute under RSA 666, which is a very ominous statute, but is provisions for purity of elections. I would suggest that for two reasons. The first reason is, since it is specifically an election law related statute, I think it belongs better in the election law section than in the criminal law section. The other reason that I would suggest making it clear that it goes into RSA 666 is that in New Hampshire, the Attorney General's office has exclusive jurisdiction over all election and election interference, election fraud, that type of thing. So normally as a county attorney's office, we would never see election interference cases. Those would all go directly to the Attorney General's office to be prosecuted by them. I don't know if you have anything to add.
The only comment I would add would be, I'll start at the end of Attorney Anderson's comments. If you do move that section to the election law, obviously the penalty section would be bifurcated, split between the two relevant statutes. The other one comment that I have is on talking about a conspicuous notice within the media. I think that we all know from doing elections that we're required to put a paid by statement on our paid advertising, stuff like that. In the printed media, it's often a little disclaimer down the bottom that someone has to look for. I think that as this is written, I think that a person complying with the notice could do that on an image or a video and it not be obvious. So I think you'd have to define what conspicuous is, such as with an image, centered in the image so people know it's conspicuous. So big, such a location, contrasting text, items such as that. I think that would have to be fleshed out. And other than that, I don't have any additional comments. Glad to take your questions.
Thank you. Questions, Representative Mannion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. This question I'm going to have a little scenario with, but it's going to piggyback on what Mr. Spradling said in the question by Rep. Newell. Section 3 specifically is so broad that if I were to distribute a video I found on Twitter or X of a political candidate saying something created by AI, but I don't know it, But I distribute that because I know that it could be damning to that candidate. So I send it to my friends, hoping to influence their vote. I've reached every element in that section there, but I didn't know I did it because I didn't know it was fake. So I could be charged. Is it your opinion that I could be charged under that section?
I say yes.
Yeah. I mean, my intent is.
I would say.
My intent is to specifically,
Right.
you know,
I would say technically yes, but I think that that the facts might dictate discretion in the prosecution from my office. However, the Attorney General's office, since it's an election issue, would be the final arbiter on the election side of things, in my opinion.
but I've already been arrested and charged, and I've got to wait at that point.
Election law, AG's office, I don't know how they would view it.
Thank you.
Does the statute, in your opinion, have intent and knowing as well? I mean, the proper mens rea to actually to know what you're being charged with and actually doing.
It could certainly be worded more clearly that you purposely distribute or make publicly available within this state what the actor knows is synthetic media. And that's not in there right now.
Further questions, Representative Bolden?
On the topic of, I think earlier, another lawmaker brought up teens on social media. If there was, I know like on, not that I use it a lot, but on Instagram or TikTok or something, they have those fake faces you can wear. And I suppose it's possible for that fake face to be modeled off of a real human being. And if maybe a teenager who doesn't understand politics or something puts on a Trump face and says, vote for Joe Biden on social media, could that, under this wording, could that minor be charged? And also, would the minor be responsible for making it clear that that's synthetic media, or would it be the responsibility of the app? Or if there's like a third party person who's created the graphic, would it be their responsibility?
Yeah, I think it would be on the responsibility of the person who's distributing or making publicly available that document. And I mean, I can give you an example from my past. Is there used to be a magazine called Super Lawyers, and it always had, you know, the typical like lawyer picture on the front page. And our office hired a new attorney, and I went on the bar website and I took their photograph and I cut it out and I pasted it on the cover of Super Lawyers, and I printed it out and I taped it to her desk so that on her first day she got this nice, you know, she's a super lawyer. I think technically, if I did that using artificial intelligence algorithms, that could potentially run afoul of paragraph 2, unless I put something on there saying, you know, this is synthetic media. I've made this up. So I think there is the potential for this statute to be maybe broader than it intends to be.
I think too that if it's not created by synthetic media and it's obvious by the presentation, someone dressed up as somebody where there's obvious differences between a real person and the person dressed up as somebody, that may not fall on, probably wouldn't fall under this because it's not synthetic media.
Thank you. Representative Newell.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask a question. It was brought up earlier in the conversation around free speech and the possibility that this would be free speech. And maybe this is more so speaking about the creator, but I think it could also be, it could also pertain to someone who is sharing it. And let me just preface, I understand, you know, the concept of speech and what defines that in elections is pretty interesting, especially campaign finance. But my question is, where is the line as far as, you know, what is considered free speech when you would essentially be hijacking someone else's free speech it's specifically about AI. I'm sorry, I'm not explaining this well. Specifically about AI impersonating someone else. I wonder how that could be considered someone's free speech when it is intentionally hijacking someone else's free speech. Am I making sense?
I think parody does that all the time. You know, and certainly the application needs to be content neutral. Beyond that, I think it's very fact specific.
Thank
Yeah, I mean, I think there's certainly free speech implications with this bill.
Having
Yes.
said that, that's a constitutional law question, not a criminal law question, hopefully. Further questions? Seeing none, thank you both for your testimony today. Anyone else wishing to testify on this bill who has not done so? Seeing none, I hereby close the public hearing. We are done for the day.